We. Hello. Guten Tag. Uh, Hola. Uh, uh, what, what are other, I don't know, like, hold on. Okay. Uh, Wait, how do you spell? Yeah. Okay, that's not a thing. Oh, that's literally just how you spell it. Ah, okay. Sorry, I was looking up Ohio, and now I think I accidentally closed it, which is great. Um, Hello. So, I don't know if. So, well, I do know that Boo is not going to be joining us tonight. Um, and Aiden should be joining us later. He said that he was going to put like several alarms on, because he was taking a sleep. And that is true. But we'll see if he actually does show up. Hello, Timothy, and hello, Draco Kraken. Well, welcome to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95. I found the Ohio that I put because I put it in this browser. Oh. Um, so. Um, so, yeah, today we're going to be talking about the silly little Dungeons and Dragons VTT. Because that was something that actually came up when I was looking some stuff up. And it's interesting because I I hadn't looked into it at all. So it was just gonna be an interesting thing. Who needs a VTT when you have Baldur's Gate 3? Just kidding. It's interesting because there is a video out there, I think by Dungeon Craft, was saying that Baldur's Gate 3 would kill the VTT or damage it in some way, right? I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about it today. We're gonna be going over the what's it called, the video that dropped that they put out on their official channel, and we are going to look at a couple of videos or one video, depending, to see what the general opinion is, or at least a couple of different opinions. Because I don't know. I I personally don't care too much about how successful the VTT is. I'm interested in it, sure, just to see what it looks like and everything. But yeah, it's gonna be a thing. Wow, hey, there go my frames. Very cool. Um, that's not been fixed yet, so that's nice. I'm doing a couple of different things with um my streaming setup through OBS. So if things are a little different, one thing I'm doing is I have the audio bitrate at the max, and I have some other things set. So I'm trying to make it so that potentially I don't lose my bandwidth every, I don't know, couple of minutes, but it seems to be doing that. So I'm going to be in the background clicking some buttons and hopefully making it so that we have good bandwidth and good frame rate, and we'll see how that goes. Right. Because right now I have 2,000 bits, and I shouldn't. So pretty cool. Really, really annoying. Because I have internet that is at least somewhat fast, and it just keeps diving. It's very interesting. You'll forgive me as I go to speed test and do a speed test for myself. And see if it's continuing to do this while I'm streaming. Anyway. Oh yeah, it is. Ooh, that's bad. Conceptually, it sounds cool, but it's Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, exactly. King Boo is testing you. Hee. Yeah, well, I'd rather him not. Because my upload is really bad right now. Except it isn't. Okay. So my upload is actually really good. Not in OBS. So that's pretty interesting. This problem continues to persist even through System Shock. Anyway. So while I do this, I want to talk a little bit about oh, by the way, let me close that. Oh, it might also be that I have like these open. Those also might actually be doing me harm in the OBS department. No? Okay, cool. I want to talk about very quickly a comment that we got that I saw that was on the hiatus video from a while ago. For those of you who don't know, I took a hiatus because of personal things. It was like a month or so. And they whoever it was left a comment on that video. And I'll show it on screen right now. Just so, because I want to be transparent about this. So yeah, it's been half a year now. How is that help coming along? Have you stuck to wanting to better yourself? How do you feel about yourself now? Do you think the ones you made uncomfortable would be happy about your progress, or have you slipped? Did you didn't commit? Have you failed? And I replied with my reply, and I just want to, I'll put that up so if you want to pause and read it, you can. But basically, I have been continuing to better myself. I'll basically paraphrasing my response. I think it's going okay. And I basically have figured out some stuff about myself that I definitely need to get better at and be better with personal issues about myself that I have had they've kind of showed through actions with friends and words with friends. So I'm working on it. I'm not obviously going to be 100% better after 6 months. So that's just the way it is, you know. I wish that it could be a quick process, but I know it won't be. And I'm just going to keep working until, I can feel better about myself and feel at least more comfortable with my actions going forward. So yeah, just figured I don't know, address that now because it's not a part of the videos, or it's not going to be a part of the topic in general, and to be fair, might not get to the comments tonight. We'll see. But yeah, that's, it's just, it is the way that it is at the moment. So so my frame rate, or my bit rate, is way higher than it needs to be. It's actually running at a 23,000 instead of 6,000. And yeah, I don't know why. And it's still red. Oh, there it goes. It's green now. Okay. yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So I'm hopefully not gonna have a lot of frames drop during the stream, but the video will be clear. So apologies if the stream like cuts out or something during crucial moments, as it is doing right now. The video will be better. So we'll figure it out. I'll continue to mess with settings. I fucking hope that this fixes itself soon, or I fix it somehow soon. I have no idea what's going on, I'll be honest. So apologies. Anyway, so now that serious stuff has been talked about, and we can get to the topic, eh? We're taking D&D in a new direction, said Wizards of the Coast 36 years after Squaresoft already had. Nice. The joke is not so much referring to just the VTT itself, but the combination of that plus AI DMs, plus the move away from supporting physical products. Yeah, well, you know. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to figure out why my bitrate is being so shit when my PC and everything are totally fine. Hey, okay. Alright. Skipping stop for the moment? Good. Okay. I'm trying a beta setting on OBS that's called network something. I don't remember now that I'm thinking about it. What is it? Dynamically change bitrate to manage congestion. So, I'm hoping that it helps. It might make things a little bit more laggy from my talking to responding to you guys, apparently. But right now it's in the green. Quick, record all the settings. No, so I just checked one thing, and I'm hoping that it works now. So yeah, if it drops frames, if it skips or anything, let me know. If it's really bad, but right now it's green. I've got the right bit rate. Everything is okay, at least at the moment. So we're gonna keep that beta checked and see if that helps for the rest of the time that we do the show. I know it's been a little scuffed in the beginning here. Started off with a serious thing, fucking, you know, it's just me, and then, you know, had all the bitrate issues, and finally was able to fix it. But hey, it wouldn't be a TableTalk stream if it wasn't a bit scuffed. Got kicked again? I'm sorry, Lux. It should be for the last time. I'm not going to stop the stream. I think every time I stop the stream, it just kicks everybody, even though I'm still technically streaming. So apologies for that. We should be okay, though, for now. Yeah. Still here? Good. Okay. So, let me drink my water. And it is smooth, at least for now. So, hopefully that beta, whatever it is, works forever. Because, God, it's been bugging me to no end. Anyway. Okay. So, again, might be that I'm a little slower on replying to people. That's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. So, let me get this back up. Be loud for a second. There we go. Okay, so we are going to talk about the D&D VTT, and to start off, oh, not that. To start off, we are going to look at the official announcement video. We're going to see what we notice and everything. The video is only about 5.5 minutes. It's not a lot to go off of, but I do want to talk about it a little bit because it is, you know, it is the... I might have just accidentally hit stop recording. like an idiot. So there's God. So for some reason the Discord call is also just going forever over here. So I guess you're gonna be able to see me talking in the Discord window for a while. So here we go. Boo needs to have words with his dad for that one. True. Don't worry about stuffing the video. I scuffed the joke I came in with by explaining it. Oh, you're good. No, yeah. Okay. So this is the official D&D video. D&D Virtual Tabletop First Look D&D Direct. Now, this was 5 months ago that this came out. It's been out for a while, and it's been long enough for people to have opinions. But for now, let's just take a look at what we were given to kind of judge, right? So here we go.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going?
Hi.
This is amazing.
You guys ready to play some D&D?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So we've got 4 really cool characters here. Is anyone thinking about anything specifically as you're looking at these?
I'm thinking Dorbin. I like his beard, and I want to be a bearded man today.
Nice. Nice. All right, so you can...
Are you having fun dragging him around?
Oh, yeah. It's a blast.
Okay. Now this is like super pre-alpha, right? This isn't even available to the public yet. I don't know if the beta's out yet. Let's actually find out. Let's find out real quick. D&D VTT beta. Excuse me. That was March, so looks like it. Looks like it was. Later this year. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, it doesn't... I don't know if you can do it at all right now. But it is a thing that did exist. Explaining a joke means you can't use it to kill Batman. That's true. Oh, now I understand what we're talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So, for anybody who doesn't know, this is pretty obvious now. But the term VTT means virtual tabletop. And that's like your Tailspires, your tabletop sim, you know, all those things that allow you to use a tabletop setting, excuse me, to play a tabletop game. Now, this one is the official Dungeons & Dragons one that's coming out, that is going to have, like, D&D Beyond integration and all that, which sounds fine, but everybody's a little worried about it, or at least we were worried about it. It's been 5 months. I don't know about everybody, but back in the day, we were worried about it because it seemed like it could have become something horrible in the sense of making you pay for stuff. Also, if you can hear my fan, I apologize. I am hot in this room, and because I was very anxious about trying to get this to work, and it's pretty solid so far, so I'm pretty happy. So, basically, the whole thing is going to have integration, so you can get your character in from D&D Beyond, which requires a subscription, right? And the subscription for D&D Beyond, I don't actually know what the price is anymore. Let me find out. D&D Beyond. Yeah, what's the subscription price? Let's find out. Okay. Price. Excuse me. No, I don't care about that. $2.17 a month. About $5 a month for your master tier, all that. Okay, so it's not actually as bad as I thought. So that's cool. That's nice, if you want to subscribe to it. And I assume that you will need to subscribe to it in order to get stuff into the virtual tabletop. But I guess we'll see when it gets fully released. Regardless, we have our intro is just, hey, look at this stuff. Now, to be fair, the the quality of the miniatures inside of the tabletop, the virtual tabletop, look pretty good. They're not like, I think they're pretty good. They're not like phenomenal, right? It's not anything to write home about, at least at the moment. The big thing about this is going to be being able to import stuff, I believe, and have your official D&D stuff that you can just run, right? I thought Tabletop Sim was the one D&D backed. No. Tabletop Sim is its own independent thing. I don't know. The backlash might have made them rethink some of their plans, I guess. Potentially, yeah. Will there be candy-colored kobolds DLC? So this is the thing. They could do, like, anything to this. In the future, they could monetize skins and all that kind of stuff. Like, it could become a cesspool of microtransactions, for all we know. But at least at the moment, for right now, what we've got is just this video, right? So, we'll see. Looks serviceable. I mean, yeah, it looks like a VTT, right? So, here we go.
I've actually had the sorcerer I've been wanting to play for forever. Is there a way I can just port it in?
Yeah, is it on D&D Beyond?
Yep.
Okay, sweet. There we go, all linked up and ready to go.
Woo, huzzah!
Okay. That's important right there. Don't know if this is... Now, one more thing, as I turn my fan off because it's loud in my ear. One more thing that we should all pay attention to is that this is subject to change, right? This isn't the final product. It's not out yet. So we can have our reservations and everything, but they might change a lot of stuff. Now, you can see obviously, they've linked their character, and what happened was the actual model.
Sweet. There we go.
So you have all your stats and stuff, but the actual model is just going to be the same model, right? At least for this build. So unless something changes, it will just be linked to whatever model you want to put in, which can be good. I like that in the sense of if you want to use like a kobold or something, you want to use something unconventional, you can use that to just link to the page, so you can have all the stats and stuff, right? Now I want to see.
Is there a way I can just port it in?
By the way, that conversation is so scripted. It's crazy.
Yeah, is it on D&D Beyond?
Yep.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, so it did have... Oh, geez, that went way too far back. It did have...
Is it on D&D Beyond?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just Sorcerer. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So it looks like when you just put things in, you'll, fucking be able to do all this shit. Can they just make a solo D&D video game already? They have. It's Baldur's Gate. I mean, they didn't make it. They let the licensing happen. There's a lot of D&D video games. But yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is the one that you're looking for if you want to play D&D, but video game. That's the one. I'll just be judging the progress. Yeah, exactly. That's fair. It's just interesting to see where we're at.
Okay, sweet. There we go, all linked up and ready to go.
Woo, huzzah!
There's a lot of ways to play D&D online, and not all of them are hitting the big three things that we think were important: fun, convenience, and authenticity.
Okay. Sorry, hold up. Say the first part again? Say the first part again.
Them are hitting...
Hold on. Because that's an indictment on some other things.
Online, and not all of them are hitting the big three things that we think were important: fun, convenience, and authenticity.
So there's a lot of these other VTTs out there, but not all of them are hitting the fun aspect. Interesting. Fun, huh? The really subjective fun aspect that you need to be hitting, right? Okay. So it was fun. Fun was the one that I really honed in on, because that's not something you can quantify, really. It's not what I would say my big three for a VTT. Maybe I better not sit on the 144p quality setting for this. If you'd like, I mean, you'll get the information one way or the other, I assume. Here we go.
Important: fun, convenience, and authenticity.
Okay, so convenience, right? Now, depending on how this comes out, right? Convenience means, hey, not one with only pre-made stuff. I mean, like, just the real-life game, but a video game, you know? I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be your closest, but yeah, I see what you mean. That's never going to happen. They're never going to make something like that unless we get to the point where, again, we have the really advanced branching questline kind of thing where anything is possible and you can do whatever the fuck, and it literally changes the entire world. Basically, we got to make another world inside of the world. Like, by that I mean we make our real life inside of a game, right? I'll burn some data turning it up, but I suppose this is the time for it. Hey, sure. But so convenience, we really have to focus on if this becomes convenient in the sense of like the what am I trying to say here? You have to buy into the program, assumedly, right? Assumedly, you buy into D&D Beyond, and then you can import stuff and all that. But you also need to buy the adventures and all that. Like, you have to get the PDFs and all that through D&D Beyond to use them, I assume, right? And whether or not that's necessarily more convenient than going into another VTT and just playing stuff with, I don't know, being able to look it up online and just use it. I don't know. Because if it's convenience for just doing their official adventures, well, there's nothing that we can't really, like, yeah, of course this will be more convenient because it's the official supported one, right? Like, there's nothing else that we can do other than just, like, do this. That would be the most convenient for sure. But how else were we supposed to do it before, I suppose? Customization, good UI, and ease of use for players would be the big three for me. Fair enough, yeah. What was the third one? I've already forgotten.
And authenticity.
Authenticity. What the fuck? Who cares? Authenticity. Oh, okay. So we want it to be real D&D instead of all these other ones that are fake D&D, I guess. It jumped again, just a heads up. Yeah, I saw it go red. It's just gonna happen on occasion, so, oh god, it is just doing that on occasion. That's really annoying. Well, I hope it doesn't do it too much. Anyway. So authenticity is like nothing. Like, that's another nothing. Fun and authenticity are both nothing things. For whatever the fuck we're doing here. Because who cares if it's genuinely authentic, right? Quote unquote. Just fucking make it so that we can play the game, right? Even if it's fucking, if I boot up a tabletop sim and run an official adventure through it, it doesn't necessarily make it less authentic. It just means that it's, I guess, more inconvenient, really. So, authenticity means nothing in the long run. Unless you're super into D&D and Wizards of the Coast stuff and you need it to be the official stuff. In which case, I guess that's your thing. But again, that's a preference.
Oh, hello, welcome to the inn. Have a seat. I'll get some refreshments. What would you have?
A nice grog would be nice. Really warm. I was standing real close to the fireplace. You have good wood. Your wood is good.
Everyone hears
Jokes.
scratching noises in the walls. Barton's like, damn rats! And he kicks the wall.
I'd like to roll perception to see if I can figure out where the sound is coming from.
Yeah, so you want to go to the walls and kind of look around. Fire breaks out. The whole inn.
Oh, okay. Don't show him rolling it to see the dice just yet. That's fine. It's unlikely. Oh wait, sorry. Who's ready for the lemon-scented troll DLC? That'd be great. It spurts lemon scent out of your computer. Very good. It's unlikely that I'll give Wizards of the Coast money again unless I need to buy something for AD&D that I can't find cheap enough on eBay. So this is academic for me. Oh, absolutely. That's fair enough. That's the thing. We wanted it to be authentic, so if you give your Dragonborn a tail, the sheet automatically deletes it. That's right. Yeah, Dragonborn don't have tails, that's true. Annoyingly. So... Oh, I guess those are pointers. Okay, these are pointers for their pointers, so you can at least see what people are pointing at. That's nice. That's a nice design feature, to be fair. And you have your party up here, though. Where's the fourth? Why is the fourth not? Is it because they're not on screen? I don't know. Good grog is hard to find. I wouldn't know. I don't drink.
Shudders a little bit.
Corbin, do the rats you encounter normally move buildings?
Not anyone that I've seen.
There might be more to this than rats.
What I want to do is connect all my friends and play with them. They're on their computers, they're on their phones, they're on their game consoles, but we're all together playing through the same virtual tabletop.
Okay, so having it be, what's it, crossplay? So from consoles to PC to mobile. Great. Good idea. That will be the best thing that you can do so that everybody, as you said, can play together regardless of what they're on. There you go. That's a fantastic idea for design choice. Hopefully it's not a horrible mess. We'll see. Okay, not gonna lie, mobile support is nice. Yes. Scala and our Dragonborn, I promise. Okay. Fair enough.
So that's the dream right there.
Yeah.
Ceiling crashes down. Everybody make a dex save.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So that's under dexterity. It'll be the top up there. It'll be dexterity saving throw.
Okay, now we have to look at this. Hold up.
Okay.
So that's under dex.
Okay. So it looks like... So you see up here, we've got our dexterity check, dexterity saving throw, acrobatics, sleight of hand, and stealth, right? Those are everything that have to do with dex. Fair. You have a virtual die. Very good. Okay. You get your... Oh, you can add, I assume, +2, +1, or -2, -1, or something. I'm not sure. Because, to be fair, well, all of those are already +2, so that should be on your sheet. What are these for? Oh, to add dice, maybe? To make it advantage or disadvantage right there? That would make sense. Okay. Anyway.
Dexterity, it'll be the top.
So here's the thing that I'm seeing here as well, is that you need to look down here for all of your stats, and when you hover over a stat, I assume then you'll be able to get, why is
Okay.
So that's under.
So you'd be able to get one of these menus that everything applies to, right? That's what it seems to be, at least. So that seems fine, right? That seems okay. I don't even know if they make grog anymore. Well, you can make your own, I assume. I don't know if it's that hard. I don't know. You can probably go somewhere though. To add situational, add situational modifications not found on the sheet. Also could be that, for sure. I hope so, because, you know, when your DM gives you a random +2 from something, not random, wouldn't be random, it would be a situational +2 for something, then, yeah, potentially that's why. I don't know. Hopefully.
Dexterity, it'll be the top up there. It'll be dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, solid 9.
So now you roll 2 dice.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
Okay. Man, I wish they'd shown... Because now, you see that graphic is gone. I don't know, well... I need to look at this now. Sorry.
Okay.
So that's under dexterity. It'll be the top up there.
Okay, so it's only when you've already clicked it that goes away.
Dexterity
I
saving
understand.
throw.
Ooh, solid 9.
So now you roll 2 dice.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
Well, let's see how cool it is after you roll.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if it shows you how you get more than one die, just to see. This feels like an ad. It is. It is an ad. This was at the D&D Direct thing. It's an ad. But yeah, it's totally an ad because they you know, they want people to see this and go, oh yeah, because that's why they invited, I assume, popular D&D people, I assume. I thought there was a... Oh, no, that's the bartender, I guess. I thought there was 4 people. I'm crazy. Because I know I've seen the guy before, I think. The guy who's playing the dwarf, I think. So, or no, not the dwarf. I don't remember. The dice rolling on the table is distracting for me. I mean, that's just every VTT, though. They're all gonna have the dice rolling on, like, something. Well, potentially you could put it in, like, a dice roller or something. That's fair. Like a dice tower or something, like in Tabletop Sim, or dice box or something. So, yeah. I feel like if they put something like that in, that would be nice. But the problem is that a lot of people are gonna want to see it go out and onto things, because that's just how it is. People are gonna want to see that. For sure. It most likely won't look like this when it comes out. I mean, it might look similar. It might not be the same, but it might be similar.
We're in Unreal 5, which is latest.
Like, I would like something like what you have here with the separate dice tray. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Also, they're using UE5, Unreal Engine 5, which I hope that they have optimized it by the time it comes out, because some games don't use it well.
Greatest. But now we're actually testing with friends of people who work at Wizards and their families. It's got spells, it's got effects, it's got a lot more rules in it, so those sort of things are what we've been adding.
I will go over to this
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You want to put the basics in.
flame here.
Oh, whoa. Hold up. What is this? I assume this is stats, this is weapons, and then this is just a die. Like, that's how you would categorize these? I don't know. The dice not rolling off the table and knocking over your minis is inauthentic. That's true. UE5 is weird. Yeah. Unreal 5, they avoided the Unity kerfuffle. Yeah, that's true. I think everybody's gonna... Like, Unity's just gonna be it's gonna stop being used for a while. It's just... People are not gonna let that one get swept under the rug for now. Which is good. I feel like they need to... You know... When Unity makes a really bad decision like that, and everybody goes, no, then everybody should be able to go, no, I'm good. I'm not going to use it.
I will go over to this flame here, and...
Which sucks, because Unity is, like, really user-friendly, so, eh.
Sort of rub my hands together and go, all right, please work, please work, please work. And I'm going to cast Control Flames.
Nice.
To extinguish them.
We're just trying to, like, show you where the rules are. Not being like, oh, once you get to the end of that, you can't move anymore. Because that's not really D&D to us. It's like, if your DM's okay with it, and you want to do a flip and land on the table, then that's just how the game gets played.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair, but... Okay. What? So you're talking about, like, this bit where it's the movement? Hold on. There. No, not there. Oh, God. There. Which is why you could potentially move 31 feet and all that? Like, yeah, you've got the... I mean, sure. That's fine, I suppose. I don't know. I guess it... God, I'm the type of person that will want it to go exact. So I'm going to be, like, messing around with it so that I go exactly 30 feet or not.
You want to do a flip and land on the table, then that's just how the game gets played.
Yeah, go ahead. Just put yourself right up on top of the roof.
I have the high ground now.
The ground shakes, trembles, and an insect-like beast comes out with gnashing pincers.
Okay, it's got little animations for its stuff. Sure.
We can have the DM be able to set the mood, set the lighting. What time of day is it? Is it raining? You know, is there fire embers falling from the sky? We just want to enable people to play the way they want to. Let's go into.
So you can do things that would break the rules. Does that bring up a prompt? Is that marked in any way? So I assume it's stuff like, excuse me, it's stuff like that guideline there for the movement. Like, this is how much you would move for 30 feet, right? Because that's on your sheet. I assume it's all going to be based off of what your sheet says. And if you... If you use a spell or something and you misuse it by accident, like you use it again, it'll just do the graphic, I assume, without you rolling or anything. I don't know. It really depends on how they make it work, right? Because if I target a mini with a spell, does that automatically bring up the roller, right? If it's a something that I need to make a spell attack for, right? Or is it something that will bring up a automatic saving throw for the other person? And if I use it, if I do that, will it automatically do damage and such? Right? Like, is it going to go through the loop of, oh, you chose to do like a firebolt, right? And then you hit the target, and then you do the damage, and it takes it away from the sheet, quote unquote, of the monster or your adversary. And then if that was a mistake, can I bring it back? Can I do that very easily, right? That's a question that I have. I don't know. I would say something about the acting, but to be honest, I would play like this, I bet. Well, so when they're actually playing, it's fine. But when they ask questions, like actual questions, it feels like they are reading from a script. So, I don't know. At least that first one did. Example, if I cast Hold Person on a non-humanoid, will it ask if that's okay? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Will it say, oh, this doesn't affect? Because if it does, then what I assume will happen, we saw that at the bottom of the screen, there were those three options. And what I assume would happen is that you would just say, oh, okay, well, Mr. DM, man, could you make it so that I can use this on this creature? If you're okay with it. And they would go, yeah, just roll the regular die. Right? Or I'll roll the regular die and then just add the condition onto it. But I don't know if conditions can be just added to something. I assume they will be. That's the thing. I assume that we'll have the ability to just add on whatever we need to and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I have no idea. Because as is pointed out, at least he said that people want to play it however they want to play it. If that includes homebrew, then how the hell would it work otherwise, you know? No idea. But we'll see, I suppose.
Encounter mode now, which means that we're all going to roll initiative. So, oh, and look, the DM dice, 2 20s. No, it always happens. So he's going to turn around and actually acid spray the kobolds.
Oh my.
So, okay, wait, hold up. Watch this. This answers some questions.
It always happens. So he's going to turn around and actually acid spray.
So you see what happened? So you use the acid spray and it auto threw the damage die. It auto threw them. So when I use a spell, it will automatically, at least, again, this is this version. It will auto throw my die. Right? So if you if you use a spell by accident and then that happens, it's already done the thing. Let's see if it shows like health go down or anything. I don't know.
The kobolds.
Oh my god, stop. Really?
D&D is the first mod community.
Yes.
Right? Like, if you go all the way back.
Hold up. That showed me a thing.
D&D is the first mod community.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw that 2 6 and then the 7. Hold on. Right here. So you see the 2 and the 6, they pop up, right? Which means that it used its acid spray and did 8 damage. Okay? And then you'll see the little 7 here. Watch as the little 7 comes up.
Yes.
Right?
It's for just a second. It's really annoying.
Odd community.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If you saw it, there's a little 7 that pops up, which means it did the 7 damage. Now, I'm wondering if you can go back in and give that back, right? How easy is it to just, like, do you right-click on it and then go, okay, I want to put the thing in, right? I don't know. That's something that I would like to see. I would like to see this being used rather than being sold to me. This is why I don't like, you know, cinematic trailers and all that kind of stuff, because they don't tell me anything, you know? I mean, they do, to a very minor degree, of what I need to know. But, yeah, anyway. Will we be able to do random stuff like play poker for hours with a group of copper dragons? Well, I assume if your DM allows you to, then yeah.
Odd community.
Yes.
Right? Like, if
Yes.
you go all the way back, we're going to make our own content,
Okay. Whatever.
but we want to make that content out of building blocks that everybody can break apart and make their own content from, because that remix is, like, core to the DNA of D&D.
I will use my long
Okay, so they want to be able to make it so that anybody can use whatever they've got in this VTT to remix, as they've put it, as he's put it, and make it so that you can, you know, make whatever you want. Great, good idea. That's something you should do. Yes, nothing bad about that. Again, we'll see what it looks like in the final build, but so far that's fine. Tile sets are cool. Yeah.
Sword. Here we go.
Hello.
Well, that got his attention.
Oh no.
You might want to just give this one up and run.
So with these tools that you're going to hand to the players, is there a way for the community to share assets?
The strength of it is the community, and the community creating everything. And we create stuff, and then the community tries to one-up us, and then we try to one-up the community, right? Like, that's a big part of it. And, you know, having that sort of marketplace where you can just, like, download other people's stuff and check it out, I think that's, like, a core to the final experience.
Marketplace. Marketplace is a tricky word, because marketplace could mean that things are behind a paywall, which, to be fair, now here's the thing. I assume that if you use stuff in the marketplace, quote unquote, and it's free, can you remix stuff that you find that might be paid content? I don't know if things are going to be behind paywalls. That's my whole question now. Do we have content that is going to be behind paywalls that people can make? Not the corporation, not Wizards of the Coast, not D&D, but the people. Can they monetize off of your assets? Is that something that we're going to be able to see? Right? If not, okay. Fine, fair enough, good, I guess. But with all this paid content, like the adventures and stuff, will we be able to just buy that and put out? I mean, obviously they'd take it down, but buy the stuff, put it out as our remixed version, quote unquote, and then people can take that and use that for their own mod? Or are we just going to... Are you going to, like, have it be, this is the pack that we use to create the scenarios and stuff, and if you want to use this pack, download this pack here, right? I don't know. Can I upload models from the internet? If it's paid for, possibly no. That's the other thing, yeah. Can the artists who do 3D modeling, can they make stuff in, like, Blender and upload it? That'd be really cool. They do that for Tabletop Sim. That's why we have Warhammer stuff in Tabletop Sim and everything else, obviously. But, like, excuse me. It'd be neat, but I doubt it. I don't know. This is the problem. I have no idea. Because, again, we're getting sold on a lot of things.
Then I'm going to hold out my hands and cast Magic Missile with all of them focused on the Ankeg.
Ooh. We're going to put everything in the monster manual in it. We want you to be able to, play the game as it's written.
I have 8.
Mm-hmm. As it's written, sure. I assume we can tweak things. If not, that would be weird.
8 hit points. I don't do physical activity.
Miss
Nice.
18. Ooh. Slam down to the left and right of you.
I feel like it's so perfect to come in and be able to visualize and see everything and hear everything. That's what my favorite thing about this whole VTT is.
There's always like a group of people that want to take that, 5-hour prep, and there's people like me that just like, give me an in, some characters, and I'm playing. Oh, there we go.
Sure. I mean, again, that's all, that's very, if that's what you want, that's what you want, all that kind of stuff. What they're saying sounds ambitious. Excuse me. Yeah, potentially. I don't know. It's not that ambitious to program in all of the things that they've done, right? It's not that ambitious to just have each of the models, because I assume they could just scan in a bunch of models, and then all they got to do is just put in sounds. Like, it's not too bad. Well, that makes magic. That magic missile animation was really slow. Can we skip? Yeah, I assume there's a setting to speed up animations or something. I would hope. If not, then they'd probably add one if people complained about it enough. Nice.
Two dice.
Let's go. So I think the big question is, when are we getting the virtual tabletop?
Next, we're just going to open it up slowly to more and more people so that hopefully a lot of the people listening will be able to play it this year.
I hope that you are so very proud of this, because I was in awe.
I am glad that you guys...
You were in awe? Have you never used a VTT before? You were in awe? I guess the functionality of automatically doing damage and stuff? Maybe? But you were in awe? I could open up Tailspire right now, and it looks basically the same. I just have to make shit. I don't know if it does any of the damages or anything. I doubt it, but, like, you were in awe? Okay. No, that's fine. I mean, just interesting, that's all. You can change the stats on monsters to make them stronger or weaker, like trolls as strong as dragons. Or can you? I don't know. That's I hope so. Because if you want to make custom monsters, I would hope that you could. Yeah. I don't know. I hope so. I really do.
Like it. You never know, right? That's where I'm at with the developer. Is like, I need the feedback. I need the loop.
Okay. I don't know. It's, again, it looks like another virtual tabletop. This one is just specifically for Dungeons and Dragons. Here's my thing. As a consumer, do you want one that is highly specialized for Dungeons and Dragons, as it is right now? Or do you want to go and get one that you could run that and other things on? You know? What was the thing? Fantasy Grounds? I think it is. Yeah. So, now I know this is 2D. Don't get me wrong. This is 2D. But Fantasy Grounds, which is, unfortunately, I think, using Unity? Maybe? Excuse me. Fantasy Grounds has, like all of D&D, hold on, I know you can't see it right now. Do I have a screen that's just for my screen? No. There. That's not working. All right, let me just do display capture. Left. Oh, that's that. You shouldn't see that. Oh my god. Oh. Why was it over there? That was weird. No, not that one. This one. Okay. See private conversations. Oh my god. It's nothing that you haven't seen. Or I didn't say. So this is there we go. As my bitrate dies. Yeah, this is Fantasy Grounds. It's on Steam. You can get the free version, I think, but other people have to own the actual like paid version. This one has like everything that you could ever want from D&D, as well as Pathfinder, as well as like I don't know if these are Pathfinder 2 stuff. But regardless, you can get all this shit, right? There's a Flash Gordon RPG, that's neat. Hold up, what's that? I just saw something. Oh, mini dungeons. Ah, okay. There's a lot there that you can do, and it does more than just D&D, right? If you want to make, as I said, I own Tailspire. I used it a bit. It, like, look at that. It looks pretty good. Hold on. Easier. It looks pretty good as, like, a VTT. It's pretty in-depth. You gotta buy some of the stuff so that you can use it. I think it's early access as well. Or maybe you don't have to buy some of the stuff, but it's still early access and you can do all this shit with it. And then you have, like, tools like this. You have a dice roller that you can use. Like, it's exactly the same, except it's not officially D&D stuff, right? So, yeah, man, it can be more than just a fantasy game. Like, look, you've got stuff that you could use for either modern or cyberpunk. You know, you've got your dungeons, look at this. That could be either a Wild West setting or a fantasy setting. There's your super cyberpunk stuff, right? Or fantasy, potentially, right? Like, you can do all this stuff. It's just that, you know, I don't know. It's a one-time purchase and everything, too. If that's really what you want to do, you can do it like that. Right? Let's see. Well, that did nothing too helpful, the video. Being able to customize everything and still have the VTT resolves it all automatically is what seems ambitious to me, although I don't know much about other VTTs. Well, so for something like Fantasy Grounds, I think it has the auto calculation of some stuff. I don't think it's that ambitious, to be fair. It's just it will just take whatever the value is that you get, and then it will do that value, right? I don't know. It doesn't, at least from my mindset, it doesn't seem as ambitious as it might appear. Alejo told me more than the ad. Fair enough. That's kind of how these things work. What I did more than what they did is ask questions about what the fuck the thing is, you know? Here we stand at an eternal question. Why should I pick yours over everything else, Wizards of the Coast? Exactly. Like, Tabletop Sim is what we've been using for, what's it called? For Devils and Dice. We'll probably well, I don't know if we'll use the same. I might see about building some stuff for doing other things, but yeah, tabletop sim is great for it. It doesn't really like do anything different than what I showed you for Tailspire. I assume it's just a little easier because you can drag in the things, right? I don't know. That's the main draw. Is D&D will be very easy to play, supposedly, on that VTT, right? D&D specifically will be easier. Nothing else will, unless they start publishing other stuff under that VTT, but they wouldn't. Because why would they? It's Wizards of the Coast. I wish there was a way for me to look up, like... Okay, yeah. What about if I go, like, tabletop? Ah, shit. Wait. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, well, that didn't help. I wish there was a way for me to find other things that were like this easily, through, you know, through other, or through the store itself, but I can't, unfortunately. Anyway. But yeah, so, like, I assume this is literally just going to be for those who really want to use D&D Beyond and D&D specifically, which, sure, good for you. I hope that it works really well, you know? Like, that's just it. Including allowing users to ignore rules. Oh, for the being more ambitious? I don't know, man. It's probably just gonna be a checkbox, and that's it. Like, it's not that... I don't think it'll be that complicated. For Fantasy Grounds, the DM needs the paid, but all players can play on the free version, but it's a one-time payment. Yeah, exactly. All of these other VTTs are one-time payments. The D&D Beyond subscription is a subscription. Even if it is only two... here, I'll even show it, since I don't want to, you know, appear that I'm making this up. D&D Beyond price. Okay. So even if, right, we have, you know, $217 a month, $458 a month, that is still every month you are paying, you know, $2.50 to $5. And that's not even saying if they're gonna make the price go up, right? Every month, so that you can use all the stuff to play in a VTT, when instead you could pay once for a book or for a PDF, potentially. PDFs for D&D stuff would still be through D&D Beyond, so you'd probably still need to do something here. I don't know, but and then you you can go and pick up, you know, tabletop sim and just do it through that. Yeah, you gotta go and find all the minis and all that kind of stuff, whatever. But, like, fucking, I don't know, man. Just go and, I don't know, find that, or do the Fantasy Grounds thing. Do I even have Fantasy Grounds installed? No, I didn't buy it. I should buy it, though. So I actually do think I want to use Fantasy Grounds at some point, because it seems like it's useful. So I don't know. It really doesn't strike me as something that I would super want to get, or want to buy into, if you will. Right? I have no idea. If I can't make pink ogres, no deal. I assume there'll be some sort of shader or something. You can do that in Tabletop Sim if the model allows it. And if the model doesn't allow it, then go find a pink ogre and just download it. There's still apparently a lot of people who will only play D&D, so I guess those are the main target. Yeah, I mean, that's true. They also may add higher money tiers specifically for the VTT. Here's the creator tier that adds 20 extra models, just $7 more a month. That's the other thing, right? You don't know. I don't know if this is going to be locked behind a paywall. I assume so because it's integrated with D&D Beyond. I have to assume. Finding minis online is the same as finding them for the real game. That's true. Hell, you don't need minis and stuff to play, you know, a tabletop game. We've talked about this. You can just do Theater of the Mind, or just use other minis and just figure it out, you know, or just use like blocks of wood. You know what I mean? Do whatever you want. There's no reason they can't still release 6E under a new OGL that won't let any other VTT support it. The goal now is to just use one D&D as the only thing, I think. I don't think they're going to be putting out anything new, quote unquote. I think they're just going to be adding and probably striking out old stuff in one D&D. I feel like that's where they're going. I have nothing to base that off of other than one D&D being the thing, right? Anyway, so really this foray into this video was to kind of give you at least what we know for sure about what they showed us. Now, if you weren't part of the beta or whatever, 1D&D isn't released yet, is it? No, it's not. I don't think, unless I've missed something. $2024 is the 1D&D release, apparently. So, but yeah, so this was, unless you were a part of any of the testing, which I don't know if there's been a lot of testing or not, for this VTT, but as this kind of continues to be tested, I assume that we'll get more information, but for now, I think that this, we can move on to the video that came out before this video came out. So this one was 5 months ago, this announcement video, whereas the video we're about to watch is from 7 months ago. Okay? 7 months. Oh, that's the one I meant by 6E. Forget what it was called. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it. I get what you mean. Sure. So let me stress. This was 7 reasons why 1D&D's virtual tabletop will flop from Dave Thalmavor RPG Reviews. We've covered their channel once or twice. And this is before it's out, before the anything came out. This is just a general, this is 7 things that will make it flop, which I think is interesting to see what at least this person was thinking, right? What we're going to have happen that will completely kill this thing, because I don't believe it's going to die. I don't think it's going to, I don't know what a success would be for them, but I assume that all of their users, excuse me, goodness, all of their users who are still subscribed to D&D Beyond using the VTT would be part of the benchmark, you know? If it's not out yet, they can still attach a new OGL to it. Yeah, they could. Wait, a video talking about how it will flop without any info? How can you even do that? Well, easy. You just say things, and then we'll see. But we've been talking about it before too. If they add, excuse me, if they added like pay to win stuff, or they do something scummy with the market, or you know, any of these kinds of things. But these are all speculations. These weren't us saying this will make it flop. These are 7 reasons why it will flop. Okay? This is the important thing. So these are absolute, like, these are reasons why it won't succeed. So here we go. Tell me, Dave.
In August of 2022, Wizards of the Coast announced in a video posted on YouTube that they would be releasing a new definitive version of Dungeons & Dragons in 2024.
Oh, is she a designer? Actually, I don't know. Maybe they? I don't know. But regardless, this person's a designer. Okay, that's why you're a part of the team. Are you?
Along with a 3D...
I would like to have seen, like, the name of that person, because now that scripted interaction makes more sense. But they were in the trailer, so there you go. Now this trailer was just, look, we've created some assets and we're hoping to put it into a virtual tabletop. That's all this really was. And that's what made everybody go, ooh, uh-oh, here we go, you know? So
virtual tabletop. They called this whole venture 1D&D. The big thrust behind this new edition, which I'll call 6E, is a 3D virtual tabletop built with the latest Unreal Engine. In WotC's video announcement, they really tried to emphasize how transformative this VTT will be to the experience of playing their game. And outside of the announcement, there were things like the infamous under-monetized meeting, where top D&D execs, fresh from Microsoft's Xbox division, laid out a broad corporate strategy that presumably included microtransactions and subscriptions within this virtual tabletop.
okay, so we don't know for sure. But to be fair, D&D Beyond is already a subscription, so if they're just using D&D Beyond to facilitate people using this, then that's an easy way to explain that. But if they do more than that, then yeah, there'd be some scummy shit. And saying that it's under-monetized is very strange. I don't know how you could monetize it more without licensing the property out to like a whole bunch of people to make a whole bunch of merchandise, which they've already done. They've made a movie, you know? Like there's a lot of things they've done to monetize it more, I suppose. So he just wants you to take his word for it? That's stupid. Well, I don't know. To be fair, he could make good points. I don't know. That's why we have to listen to him, right? If he's just saying these things and he doesn't substantiate it with much of anything, then yeah, it would be kind of stupid. But this is how you get clicks. This is how you get people to watch. You tell them that this is stuff that will make it flop. That's it. That's all you do.
I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here though. In this video, I want to share with you what I think are the 7 reasons why WotC's 3D virtual tabletop for 6E is going to fail. As always, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments. Check out the True OSR now on Kickstarter. It's a parody OSR RPG where you can finally say, I win. GMs and players challenge each other in a duel to the death, and only one will remain.
Oh,
the game is
this is an ad. Okay, we're here. Also, Aiden apparently just woke up, and he'll be in a bit. So get excited. Sure.
Perfect for lighthearted one-shots, and is designed to bring together old grumps who started with the red box and the newbies around the table. The True OSR has an easy-to-grasp system, perfect to be adapted to any other RPG. It's beautifully illustrated by Roberto Todorico, who takes all the classic RPG themes, horror, cyberpunk, fantasy, etc., and mixes them together in a bizarre and fun presentation. You'll find over 40 tables with thousands of elements that can be combined to generate new and unexpected combinations seasoned with simple rules.
Sorry, did he ever say this was an ad? There was no talk of it being an ad. That this was sponsored or anything? Is this his project? I'm very confused. What's going on? Okay. Like, it's fine, it's cool that you're promoting it, but is this an ad? One of the big under-monetized guys from the OGL thing was a former MMO guy that is now working for Wizards of the Coast. Don't remember his name, or if he still works there. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. They have an MMO, so I don't know. It's not a monetized one, though, I don't think. I might have some content that's monetized, but like it's not subscription-based. I know I say this a lot, but thank you for not making titles with "it will" in them. Well, I usually put it as a If there's something that's like definitive, I put a question mark usually, because it's like, well, I don't fucking know. You could sway me, I suppose. The logic of saying it's under-monetized was based on the fact that players don't spend money like DMs do. Not agreeing with it, just explaining what their argument was. Oh. That's not necessarily true. But, and I'm not saying that you, like, that it's, you're not, like, it's not true what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what they think is not necessarily true. Because some players spend more than their DMs. That's just a fact.
So how does the game actually work? Simple. There is no authority which the GM and PCs must scrupulously follow. Each question that a player makes to the GM generates a roll on a corresponding table, and the GM doesn't have to invent anything. Instead, they insert the result of the roll into the narration. You can download the free quick starter now, and if you like what you see,
Okay, so it's on Kickstarter.
back the true OSR on Kickstarter today. The links are down in the description.
Sure. Okay. I don't know. Okay. I guess you were paid to do that? It's just weird. It didn't feel like this was a sponsorship or anything. He didn't say this was sponsored, did he? Hold on, I gotta drag it back. I'm sorry.
I think are the 7 reasons why WotC's 3D virtual tabletop for 6E is going to fail. As always, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments. Check out the true OSR now on Kickstarter. It's a
No. Okay, so check it out. It's on Kickstarter. Okay. I don't know if he was sponsored or whatever. I guess he's just really passionate about this Kickstarter. Okay, fair enough. I don't know if it's still going on. It's probably not. This was 7 months ago. So I would assume that since he didn't say he was sponsored, he was not sponsored by it, so he's in no legal trouble. It's okay. Yeah, if he was paid, he should legally have to say that he was. Yeah, absolutely. It's just strange. That's all. I wasn't expecting this. Usually people start with, if they're promoting something and they're not paid, they say, okay, I'm not paid for this, but I want to tell you about it, you know? Something like that. What they said was that 3 out of every 4 users were using the product for free. Corporate logic. Yeah, exactly. Fucking hell. Does that Kickstarter have candy cane kobolds in it? No.
Instead, they insert the result of the roll into the narration. Today. The links are down in the description. Reason number 1, hardware requirements. Highly visual VTTs shoulder the burden of everyone's imagination, but that means processing and rendering tons of assets and effects. That's hard.
Okay, have you never heard of people putting like settings down to like low or lowest or performance? People do that and still use games and other things that are on their computer. They don't need to, like, it doesn't need to be high all the time. People can use things on a medium setting if they have a high-end computer. Like, that's up to the user. Just because it has higher settings doesn't automatically mean that other people, if you were going to say, well, you couldn't even say poor optimization because you don't know if it will be. You don't know if it would be poorly optimized. And again, you wouldn't, like, this doesn't mean anything. Yeah, oh, it could have high specs. Great, okay. That doesn't, okay. Those visuals that they were showing aren't breaking anyone's computer. No, exactly. That's also true. It's just not.
Hard on most computers.
Oops.
Hard on most computers unless they can make a cloud-based solution, which requires a good internet connection. I want to start by saying that I've tried a number of 3D VTTs on a variety of computers over the years. I'll cut to the chase here. It's a really mixed bag. The more 3D assets you want to render in a 3D space, the more system resources are required.
Yeah, that's true. Again, are there options, like are there settings that you can do to lower the graphics or lower its rendering, like lower the, like, take away options of like god rays and all that kind of stuff? Like, is that the lighting can go down, like shadows can go down and all that kind of stuff? Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the high end can do. It really just matters what their low spec can do, right? And how well they optimize it. You know? How much should I miss? This is a good vid. We just started this one. And by the way, hello. And we watched the original announcement video, the 5-minute announcement video, after minutes upon minutes of me making the stream die and then trying to fix it and then finding a solution that is at least somewhat working now for frame drops. So apologies if it's still frame drops, because it is. I can see it. I'm very much aware, and it makes me anxious and annoyed. Yeah, if your CPU is made out of cardboard, yeah, well, you know. Is he running these VTTs on a 13-year-old gateway? They said it was going to run on mobile, so it should be fine. That's also true. He didn't know about that. Remember, this was 7 months, not 5. This was before their announcement of the thought of going mobile as well, right? And to be fair, not all phones are great at running things. So, I don't know. But I assume there will be, again, settings, right? Settings that we can use to turn down the effects and make it so that it works better on older hardware, right? And the standard of hardware right now is pretty good, like general hardware. So, I don't know.
Best video game studios are able to optimize system resources and reduce CPU and memory usage so that games can run on weaker computers. But let's face it, there are always going to be people left behind in the world of computer gaming, which is what this will be, a computer game environment.
Ah! Oh, there we go. My microphone just stopped working. That was very strange. Anyway. So, he just said that, that you can optimize things well, and they can work well for older hardware, but some people are going to be left behind if they don't have the right hardware. Which is like, well, yeah, that's what happens if you don't upgrade your computer at all. Sure. You don't get any newer hardware, you're going to be left behind when the standard has risen. Because that's what happens when things become more affordable. Like, a 1060, I think, is around $200 or $300. That's way better than it used to be. When it was newer, I assume. I don't actually know. But, like, the older hardware does get more affordable. A gentle breeze could break my computer, but that's an issue of all VTTs. Yeah, exactly. The posing that the upgrade is going to leave you behind if you're not upgraded is like, well, yeah. What do you want? If it's, again, they could make it so that it runs on a potato, for sure. If you put the settings all the way down, like, that's a possibility. You don't know. And again, these graphics that we saw in this video that he's referring to, the announcement video, yeah, they look good, but they're not, like, fucking photorealistic like some games are now. So you wouldn't need the highest end tech. You know what? Let me look at specifically what Tailspire needs as its lowest spec, because it looks basically the same as the current version of the VTT. So hold on. Minimum Windows 10, 64-bit, 4 gigabytes of RAM. Dude, 4 gigabytes is fucking nothing now. Standard is, I think, 32. It used to be 16, but now it's 32 that you want to have as your standard. A graphics card with DX 11.1 capabilities, which, let's find out, like, the lowest version that can have that. Yeah, that... Okay, let's find out. God. Oh, it's so bright. Ah, my eyes. DX11. This was back in Windows 8! Oh my god. Also, oh well, he wouldn't have known that at that point. Never mind. So it's 11.1. So this was what? Yeah, so Windows 8, which was released in, find out. When was this released? 10 years ago. 2012. Okay. So if you find a graphics card from 2012, it would be able to run it minimum. I mean, and again, that's for Tailspire, but I'm just basing it solely on the looks comparison, right? DX11, you need some internet, wow, cool, and 4 gigs. This is incredibly doable on a budget. Absolutely doable on a budget. 4 gigabytes of RAM is nothing. Okay? 4 gigabytes of RAM is so little RAM. Your computer will probably not run this very well if you have 4 gigabytes of RAM only, but you'd be able to run it. Okay? That's crazy, man. Wow. Anyway. I don't know where Aiden is. He said he was coming. And the other thing that I will point out right now, again, this is future knowledge that he didn't know at the time, but at least now we know that if they intend to run this on mobile, as they said, and consoles, you can buy a console instead, run it there. That's what they said. If they don't do that, that's entirely on them. But if they do, yeah. If you can't run it, you're not the target audience anyway. Well, so it can run on basic stuff. Nice. Well, that's the hope, at least. At the pre-alpha in spring over at EN World, someone reported that it chugged on Alienware laptops. Well, that sucks. But let's be fair, pre-alpha is not final release. It was demanding, and we were playing on Alienware laptops. What specs are you thinking about? If this is going to tank my machine plus OBS plus Zoom plus captions, how are you going to ... quote. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the quote. For sure. So that's the thing. Pre-alpha is definitely a measure that we can go for, but I assume that they're trying to fix those bugs. And when the thing comes out, we do have to at least assume that it won't crash on launch, right? We can assume that much at least, and it won't chug those laptops and such. We can assume that much at least because we hope that they care for it, right? Now, that's up to you if you really do want to assume that or not, because to be fair, a lot of things can come out and have come out that are extremely bad with their optimization. For sure. For sure. But again, that is hopefully going to be fixed before it's fully released, right? Pre-alpha is to test. Beta is going to be for more testing, right? Until it's fully released. And if they just keep it in fucking beta forever, then that's a whole nother issue, right? That's a whole nother fucking issue. But we're hoping we're going to at least give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they are going to try to fix that, right? Because I don't want to just dismiss it and say, no, it's going to run terribly, because I have no idea, and there's no basis for me to say that it will run terribly regardless, right? That's just a horrible idea. We shouldn't just go, yes, it's going to run poorly. When it comes out, absolutely shit, right? Best faith we got to give, right? And you don't have to, for sure. You don't have to give them the best faith in this kind of thing, because it is WotC, and they've done some scummy shit. But if they want to recover from what they did before, they can't make it so that this happens. If they make it so this happens, it's the nail in the coffin, I think. Or it's another nail in the coffin, I suppose. So we have to assume that they are going to be working on it the best they can.
So will WotC's VTT be only for people who have newer computers? And
No.
will only people with dedicated graphic cards on gaming PCs be able to experience the VTT at its best? Again, they could go the route of doing all the graphical computing in the cloud.
So it sounds like this guy just needed a video to come out and did not care how it looked. Well, so again, let's be fair. We haven't gone through the whole thing. It's just the first point where I have issue, is he's already calling it when he has no reason to. I just have issue with that so far.
Which is just another way of saying they will pay money to run computers at a remote facility that will then feed images to user computers. But that's pretty expensive to do, and they'd have to charge more to use their VTT. That option also requires a pretty solid internet connection. In essence, funneling Dungeons & Dragons into a 3D VTT will require players to either have a
Okay, so again, we're making the assumption that that's how they're going to do it. But we have no evidence as to that being the case. And also, again, if you're... Again, he didn't know about it at the time, but if they plan on putting it on a mobile device, they could be doing that for sure. I don't know. But I don't know, man. A lot of the time, at least now, from what I've been... Well, there's a lot of shitty internet out there. There is good internet out there that is affordable. So like, you just gotta know the competition and everything. You gotta be a very vigilant consumer in a lot of things, right? In most of your life. I have many a time in the past gone on my crusade of, yo, you need to figure out what your best version of your internet is. Like, whatever provider is going to give you the best deal for the best amount of, like, download and upload, depending on what you need. Usually it's just download for most people, but upload for people like me, when I put out stuff, right? You know, you don't need to pay more for something that isn't going to give you that speed, you know? So, like, just be aware of that much, at least. But at the same time, if it is the case and it does use a lot of your bandwidth, that's unfortunate. But we have no idea if that's what's going to be happening. We have no idea. My best faith for him is that he's assuming that Wizards of the Coast is going to make the VTT super high fidelity to compete against other VTTs. It's a fair assumption, I suppose. But it doesn't look like that. It didn't look like that before. It doesn't look like that at the moment. And again, settings exist to put it down so that it doesn't, you know, it's not going to be so fucking high end, right? Things auto-detect your setup now. Like, games and such will auto-detect what you are running. So you can just go, oh, it'll hopefully figure it out. And then you can tweak it from there. Now, is that going to be something that every end user is going to be doing? Not necessarily, right? Because you have casual people who don't really know about gaming and all that kind of stuff, right? But hey, I don't know. I would be happy enough with a VTT that just used the gold box engine. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He was showing off that, like, voxel one before, and it looked fine. It looks absolutely serviceable. I wouldn't use it because I could do stuff, right? With like higher end graphics cards, or graphics in the games because of my graphics card. But it could work for literally anybody else, and me too, if I really needed to, and other people needed to use that instead of, you know, anything better in the visual department. Sorry, my sarcastic commentary side was showing. My bad. No, you're good. You're good, Timothy. It's fine. I just want to make it absolutely clear that I'm not yet like at the point of like shitting on him, right? Because this is just his first point, and he's really harping on it, and I'm harping on it being harped on because he doesn't know. And it's already 3 minutes of his 15-minute video, so it's interesting.
A computer, strong and reliable internet connection, or probably both. Reason number 2, hard on GMs trying to prep a few maps. In all my experiences with 3D virtual tabletops, I've spent hours and hours trying to prep a usable map. There is one instance recently, and I won't say who it was, but a 3D VTT developer was claiming on their Kickstarter that their game environment was going to be able to handle all kinds of fantasy scenarios. When I asked them to make a tavern that had a basement door that led to a dungeon, all based on assets I saw in their actual Kickstarter video, they said that was way beyond what they were able to do.
Okay. So, what? Okay, so you... What? So the second part so far is I talked to another VTT creator. 3D VTT creator. And he said it was impossible to make what I asked for. And because of that, we're basing the assumption that the VTT that's coming is going to be incredibly hard to prep for, because it's going to be hard to make the assets work together. It's going to be hard to make it so that you can make something, make a map or something, right? Which could be hard to do that, right? Yeah. I kind of want a VTT that uses the gold box engine. Actually, do it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that can be a thing that could be made. I don't know. As someone who's run on tabletop sim as long as you have good tile sets, 3D environments, or you have good tile sets, 3D environments are no more time consuming than 2D ones. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Especially if it works the same way, like with the marketplace that they've said in the future. Again, he didn't know about that, so we're using information that we know that he didn't at the time. But if they have some sort of quote-unquote marketplace, and users make content just like tabletop sim, and they put it up there that you can just download, then you can just import it. It's incredibly easy for that. Secondarily, yeah, it would take forever if I had individual assets for sure. But again, we don't know how easy it's going to be. They want it to be easy. The other thing is, because it's going to be integrated, I assume that when you load up the adventure that you can get through D&D Beyond, because again, this one is going to be specifically for D&D only, and it's going to be tied into D&D Beyond. Okay? That was the thing from the start. I think we could all assume, right? They're going to make it so that they have these things that just, you pop in, right? One can assume that you load up the adventure, and you have all of the assets ready. They're all there. They're all going to be in their place. All that kind of stuff, right? We can assume that because that's how these things are usually kind of working. So, or at least that's my impression. Again, I don't know either about this, but we can at least assume that that's going to be the functionality. It's not going to be you have to put things in different places for that adventure. Like you doesn't necessarily mean that you need to create the town that is in the adventure, because I assume that the town is going to be there. And yeah, even if it was 2D assets, like everybody who has seen Devils and Dice knows that Boo just draws them out on the fly as we play. And it takes a little bit, but it doesn't take too long. Getting the perfect 3D asset for sure could take more time if you really need something specific. You need to model it in such a way and put it on the board in such a way. For sure, that can take some time. Absolutely. I'm not saying that it won't take a lot of time. I'm just saying you're going to take time either way. So I don't know. It just depends on how much time you want to take, right? And again, if you just don't want to use this virtual tabletop for 1D&D, for D&D in general, just don't. There's so many that are exactly the same. I showed some off. You know? And they're already, like, out and ready to go. But again, taking the example for a different VTT, there's a degree that it's valid. But there's also a degree of like, well, the other one isn't even out and you can't compare it yet. You have no idea how it's going to be. We can assume a lot, but I'm not going to say that this will make it flop. Especially when you started out with this taking too much. Sorry, the original point was that it's going to...
tabletops. I've spent hours and...
It's going to give you too much prep. Hard on GMs trying to prep. That's the point that you're trying to make with this? I don't think that's necessarily true. In fact, I think it might be easier to give them prep in some instances. Unless you're doing a homebrew game, that might be a little harder to prep because the assets are going to have to be in specific ways that you need to make. But again, if you're doing an adventure, you have to assume that the assets are all going to be in their proper place. I don't see why you would make the bad faith assumption that they won't be.
In all my experiences with 3D virtual tabletops, I've spent hours and hours trying to prep a usable map. There is one instance recently, and I won't say who it was, but a 3D VTT developer was claiming on their Kickstarter that their game environment was going to be able to handle all kinds of fantasy scenarios. When I asked them to make a tavern that had a basement door that led to a dungeon, all based on assets I saw in their actual Kickstarter video, they said that was way beyond what they were able to do. Honestly, I don't blame them. Translating your ideas as a GM into rendered 3D environments is at best time-consuming when you have all the right tools, and at worst extremely difficult or impossible because your tool set is awkward and your assets are limited. And by assets, I mean renderable 3D objects you have at your disposal to place in the world. Walls, floors, traps, treasure chests, monsters, small objects. Compare this to a 2D VTT, which uses image files to represent the world. If you've ever GM'd a game and used a VTT with 2D maps and character tokens, you know that even that method can take a lot of time. But
yeah, I mean, either one's going to take time. What do you, like, what, unless you're going to prep it beforehand, which you obviously are, you're advocating for this, then yeah, it's going to take some time. Like, regardless, are you going to take the time or are you not? Are you going to use a VTT or are you not? You know, you can do everything without it. Definitely possible. So the fact that you're going to be using it means that you're caring enough to take that time to make it, you know, function enough. Also, Roll20 is like very fine. It's like so fine, you know? I'm sorry, it just came in my head. So, yeah, okay. They can't make it because it's far from done yet. Well, so that's the thing. I don't know. For his early access one, I don't know. But it just seems, I don't know. This seems very disparaging. Again, before anything was even shown, really. He's doing this before, like, the announcement video came out for that specific one. When did the hey rules lawyer, if you're still in the chat, when did the pre-alpha come out? Was it before their direct video or was it after? That's something I really need to know. Hey Steely, good evening all. It's nice to be able to make it. Yeah, it's good to see you. You should have waited for good info before jumping the gun. Well, so I'm not going to fault anybody for making predictions and such beforehand. But again, using will is very charged in the sense of this will fail. It's like, oh, so you're certain that these are all going to be the case. But why? Give me your evidence, right? He's just saying that because of other things and because of things he can't necessarily know already, that this is going to fail. So hard to make the will argument. Seems like it's just too early to predict anything, especially when this was 7 months ago, right? 7 months. 2 months before their direct. And, I don't know, this was just off of that one video that said, oh, there's going to be a VTT. We all doom and gloomed it. To be fair, we all speculated. But I don't know if any of us, at least in the on the crew, have said, no, this will fail. Like, it's going to be bad, right? I think we all were just like, if they do something like this, then that would be really bad. If they do something like this. But to be fair, if we ever said that it was definite, then, like, we're, that's not something we should have said, right? But I don't remember doing so.
That prep time pales in comparison to doing it in 3D. Dungeon Masters will realize this harsh reality in WotC's tabletop app the moment they try to express their imagination outside the bounds of whatever limited starting assets they're given.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. Are we going into the VTT thinking, oh no, it'll just take like 2 minutes? Yeah, it's gonna take time if we need to make custom rooms and everything. Of course. Of course. I don't think anybody is going around saying, no, I'll just be able to generate like 3 things and it'll look exactly like what I want for my homebrew campaign. Where are we? What are we? Why? Why are you? Okay. It's fine. Let's make that assumption. Sure. Continue.
Number 3, software development isn't WotC's or Hasbro's wheelhouse. Generally speaking, it's hard to make good software, and you can't just throw money at it, even if we're talking about $150 million. It requires good project management at all levels.
Yes. Okay. But the counter to this is you point to a company that's very good at making software, and you point to something that was optimized horribly and didn't work at all. Like, not at all, but like poorly, like super poorly. That's the immediate counter. Some companies are very good at making software, and yet they put out crap. You know? Okay. Yeah, it's not their strong suit. That doesn't mean that they can't make it well. That doesn't mean they aren't going to take the time. Now, again, you can give this good faith, bad faith if you want to, of like, yeah, bad faith to the degree of they obviously don't care about, they didn't care about the OGL and all that until people made a fucking fuss about that, and their management is really horrible at the moment with looking for profit instead of looking for, whatever. That's absolutely part of it, for sure. You can point to that and say, well, because of that, I don't think it's going to succeed. But you can't just say it will. It will be. Hello. How are you? If you are speaking, I can't. Oh.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
The absolute coward. He set my alarm for 6:30 a.m. instead of 18:30.
Wow. That's a fuck up.
Yeah, you're right, it is. How could you do this to me?
Sometimes
you caused me to be late to my favorite podcast.
Yeah, you're right. And you know what? Sometimes a little self-sabotage is really just what I need to do. I do it for you, but I also do it for me so that the podcast doesn't succeed as well because I'm the only one here,
Damn.
I know.
That's cold.
Yeah.
You should treat yourself better. I believe that you deserve more, even if you don't believe that of yourself.
I appreciate that. Thank you. How you doing, man?
Realizing I'm too late to make supper in a timely manner, and I have pork chops that I bought that, like, the oven is warming now. but I still have to cook pork chops, and I am hungry.
Yeah, I legitimately my the George Foreman that I have, if I just slather them in olive oil and then put it on for 5 minutes, they're done. They're good. It's good shit. Yeah.
I just bake mine
That's fair. That's also fair.
with garlic and lots of pepper.
Yeah, fair enough.
No.
No.
I don't know how I didn't like pepper when I was younger.
You didn't like pepper? Sheesh.
No, did not like black pepper. Specifically black pepper. Red pepper I've always been fine with.
Okay.
Like chili flakes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But like liking black pepper is something that started, I want to say, when I was like 25 or so.
Oh. Huh.
Like, it's, in the scope of my life, relatively recent.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, good that you like it now, because it is a very good spice.
It is.
Yeah, so to catch you up, have you seen the D&D Direct that was about the VTT?
I did not.
Okay, it's pretty simple. It was 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, and it just showed off the VTT very basically and didn't really tell you too much other than it's going to have integration between the D&D Beyond, so you can put characters onto models easily. It's going to have its dice roller and everything. It is it looks okay. And they plan on it becoming something that can be crossplay of like mobile, console, and PC. And anything else that I missed out there in chat? Anything else that I've forgotten to talk about for the VTT? Because there's not too much to that video. Again, 5 minutes, it's like an ad, really. It's not really much.
Yeah.
But
also this could just be the corporate hellscape I've been dealing with.
Sure.
But I'm seeing in Arial font, project management is critical.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I've been doing desk work and like LinkedIn Learning for the past like couple weeks because of the shutdown.
Yeah.
And literally today they're like, oh, how to get your green belt in the Six Sigma method of manufacturing, and it like made my entire soul want to crawl under a rock and die.
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing project management is critical, and I'm going, oh Jesus.
Yeah, I'll replay the point in a second, but yeah, basically. Yeah, so the other thing is they're planning on doing a marketplace for people to remix their stuff. So he said marketplace, but what it sounded like was more of like what the community downloads thing is for like tabletop sim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which I'm okay with if that's the case, but I also assume that there will be marketplace elements of like microtransactions for some things, because obviously, I mean, I don't think that that's unreasonable to assume, because you could buy like, this is the adventure, get this pack of things, right, all that kind of stuff.
Dude, you're setting your sights way too low.
I know.
I am seeing the dice, all 2 dice that are available for the roller in Baldur's Gate 3, and I go, oh boy, you're going to be able to buy sets of dice.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm just talking about like things that are actually substantial, I suppose.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But you're right. Dice skins will definitely be something that I think could be monetized very easily, because gremlins exist like you. And
doesn't extend to virtual dice.
No, I wouldn't assume it does. I guess it's a different breed. let's say a different breed of dice gremlin.
Yeah. We don't. Those are the dice gremlins. I'm a dice goblin.
Right. Sorry. Yes. True.
There is war between the tribes.
Understandable.
It's like calling a devil a demon.
Truth. My apologies for the racial insensitivity. So
Thank you.
You're welcome. The video we're covering now was 7 months ago, as opposed to the 5 months ago that the announcement video, or the more dedicated video is. And he's going off the announcement video that came out for 1D&D when they talked about the VTT itself. And these are, as the title says, 7 reasons why he believes... I'm sorry. He believes it, but also that these will be a flop. Like, this VTT will be a flop because of these 7 things. And so far, we have... it's going to be made for high-end systems only, or people that have good internet so that they can have the processing over cloud computing, which is assuming a lot, as well as forgetting that settings exist, really, as well as the minimum specs for some VTTs that are 3D. I showed off Tailspire, are like 4 gigs and like DirectX 11, which came out for Windows 8, which was 2012. So at the moment, I don't know if it's going to be too difficult to run something on those low specs if they do something that makes it so that the minimum is something along the lines of which I assume they will be, just because of the very similar visual capabilities between Tailspire and the so far shown VTT.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. And then the second point before this one was, it will lead to dungeon masters having way too much prep time needed, or at least longer prep time in general, because of the fact that they will need to prep 3D environments which are going to be much more difficult than 2D environments, which I don't disagree with necessarily, and that it will cause them to realize how much prep is going to be going into it, of which I have at least said so far that since it is integrated with D&D Beyond itself and going to have, or at least that was the assumption, it's a safe assumption that we could have made at the point where he had the same information.
Before you actually go into that, I am confused on something.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
He says that it's going to take more work for a 3D environment than for a 2D. I say yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
However, even with what I am seeing on the screen,
right,
it literally appears to be the same modular map building style as would be available in a lot of dungeon building tile sets.
Yes.
And I'm a little confused as to how he sees that, like, 2.5D. I am curious as to how he sees that 2.5D and thinks it's going to cause longer prep times. Because it would seem to me that DMs will just continue doing work in this 2.5D sort of framework. And then if it falls short somewhere, they will just tell players, hey, this is a proxy for this.
Sure. Yeah, that's also true. I think that he seems to be assuming ground up, right? You're starting from the ground up, and that's really, like, that's where it's going to be, or something. I'm not entirely sure where he's starting from in his viewpoint, to be fair. And I think that, I don't know. I think that you're absolutely correct in what you're assuming. that would happen if like, oh yeah, this is just the way that it is, so just pretend that it is that way.
Yeah.
Or
literally, players have used theater of the mind for fucking years. Why
Yes.
do they assume that'll stop now?
Yes, exactly. And then I was also going to say that because it is incorporated with D&D Beyond, at least that was the assumption at the time. It's confirmed now, but I'm just going to use prior knowledge of when this thing was announced. We assumed that it was going to be integrated into D&D Beyond, which means that if you bought any of the adventures from D&D Beyond, it is assumed that if this is meant to be 1D&D's thing, then you would be able to play those adventures in this VTT, which means that all of the assets and everything would be exactly where they need to be for that adventure when you load it up, right?
Yeah.
So for that, the prep time would be much shorter. But the assumption...
Yeah, if you're getting a tailor-made set of
Yeah.
tiles that are relevant.
Exactly. That's the assumption that we can make, and I think it's a safe assumption to make. And if we're also assuming that it's going to be a homebrew campaign, then yes, it's going to take a long time because you're making it from scratch or from assets that are not necessarily exactly what you want, and you want to find the right ones and all that. Like, if you can, and like you said, you can proxy in some stuff if you need to, but like that will take more time just inherently because it is homebrew. It is your own thing. It is not pre-made, right?
I hope they make modding tools super available.
They are,
Like-
at least they said in the ad video, that they really want it to be a community-driven thing. So potentially, I don't know.
Like, yes, it would be community driven, which is nice, but also if you are opening up the table to downloading free mods from people, then you open up the door into download a free mod that's essentially just a proxy for this like adventure module.
Yes,
so
that is also true.
It lends me to thinking that the way that they're actually probably going to run it is, even if the creator of the mod doesn't get money, they would do sort of like Bethesda did on Nexus mods a while ago with Skyrim.
Okay. Yeah, potentially. And for those who don't know...
And I'm unsure how I feel about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. And I made the point that if they do allow you to just like use the assets that you buy from an adventure, and then you basically make the adventure again, or assets of that adventure, that they might crack down on it a bit. I don't know, but it's the only way that I can see them like stopping that kind of stuff of like, oh, you bought the thing and then made it free for everybody. Right? But if it's just, I don't know, if they just do recreations with whatever they have, then I don't know what they're going to be doing. Yeah, I have no idea how they're going to stop people from just making the adventure free, you know? And now we're at, I forget what this point is, but I will drag it back and we will go over it again because, I'll drag it back still so that you can hear it in his words, but this point isn't done yet. We're at the point of Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast aren't good at making software, so this is going to fail because that's the case. And you can't throw a lot of money at it just hope that it works. In which case I immediately thought, well, the opposite could be true of like somebody's really good at making software. Some companies really good at making software, and then they just put out shit. Like that's something that happens.
Hasbro had a storied history of being bad with software?
I have no idea. This is an assumption that he has made, and of which I've immediately just thought of the opposite, because that's like as basic as it is, oh, they've never made good software. Oh, okay, well, these people have made really good software, but then they made something shit. So the opposite is true.
Like, Like, just saying new thing will be bad is, like, the basis of, like, a type of cognitive bias.
Exactly. It doesn't make it true, especially when I can just say, well, why wouldn't, if the opposite is true, then why wouldn't we assume, at least at this point, that they could do this and they could do it well? Like, I don't see why, because they haven't done this before and they haven't made it well, that they can't hire people that are going to do it differently, right? Just the same way as any video game company that's done good games in the past and then puts out something shit because they hired different people or put it on a different team or whatever. Like, that's something that happens.
Also, consider Hasbro has got that money.
Yes,
all
also
right?
true.
They are going to see the virtual tabletop for D&D as like a way of ushering in a new generation potentially.
Very, very true.
Of how to play D&D. Now, it's totally possible that they would still try to code something out in-house because of like personal pride. I can't deny that possibility. I'm not trying to dissuade you from that possibility.
No, of course.
However, I would invite you to potentially believe an alternative, which is they contract out a company, sort of like I don't know, they did with Larian Studios
very good.
in Baldur's Gate 3.
Exactly.
Like they have contracted other companies to make software that's I can comfortably say pretty killer.
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, even without that knowledge of Baldur's Gate 3, the point still stands because this was before Baldur's Gate 3, for sure.
Okay, yeah, no, fair.
But your point still stands of they could contract it out for sure or whatever, right? Anyway, a lot of things.
You know, I remembered that they contracted out Larian Studios as I was making that point.
That's fair. No, I kind of felt like heard it as you were going through, and I was like, "Ooh, here we go."
Yeah, exactly. Like
no,
it started out as where's this point gonna land? Even I don't know.
No, it's a good point. It is. Okay, yeah. So a few things. There are a lot of DMs that also love spending hours crafting maps. That is true. Fighting my sarcastic commentary side is hard. I think we're in a better position for more sarcasm because this is his third point, and again, it's very easily counterable, and I'm not holding out hope for his other four. Semi-related, my wife recently discovered that she can have Stable Diffusion AI generate VTT maps. Obviously not customized, but a fun way to get a starter map in less than 5 minutes. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I've looked into that. I've been really leaning into the whole AI generated bit, and like, so I like the idea of having AI generate content for your campaign, and I kind of was wondering if it seems like hinky or not, and that's why I like held off on it for a while.
Sure.
But then I figured like, even if the AI tells you something that seems really good, you will still take it and twist it.
Yeah.
And really, what is content generation for a campaign aside from taking like inspiration or outright stealing from like books and stuff?
Sure.
So like, I kind of see it as just a different type of that.
Yeah, as long as you're not just monetizing exactly what it gives you, like I don't see any issue for sure.
Yeah, no, I have been taking inspiration from something that an AI told me about. I really like death gods.
Oh, we went over this. That's right.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, dude, wouldn't it be a super cool tradition, like a funeral rite, if when a believer of the god of death dies, you put coins of 2 different values on their eyes, and each coin symbolizes something.
Mhm.
And then I talked to ChatGPT, and I was like, yeah, hey, throw out some ideas as to why. And I went through 12 ideas before I found one I could twist.
Yeah, exactly. Aiden, help my snark. Help, my snark at this video is overflowing. Ah!
Oh, dude, if you're coming to see me about help with snark, you came to the wrong source, brother. I will encourage you.
Yeah, I will shamelessly steal maps from Pinterest. Yeah, for sure. There you go. Corporate speak is soul crushing. Very true. What he showed doesn't seem harder to use than RPG Maker. No, not really. I could easily make that tavern he was talking about in RPG Maker. Yeah, for sure. It's just he was talking about it in another VTT that was in early access that he didn't want to name, that said it was impossible, which I don't know if that's true. I honestly have no idea, but if I'll take it best faith. It just seems like those guys didn't know what they were doing. They just kind of generated stuff and then didn't like learn how to make it, I guess, even though they had all the assets and everything. I don't know. I have no idea, and I won't make a definitive claim, but that's all it seems like. Hasbro is literally a video game publisher. Correction. Hasbro sold their video game division, apparently, but seems to be getting back into the business. Yeah, I mean, if you contract it out, you can use your license to get a bunch of money. Just like we saw with Baldur's Gate. And yes, exactly, to the AI thing. AI art is also great for creating character pictures, make custom pictures for all your PCs and major NPCs, for sure. Again, so this is the whole debacle with AI being used in stealing art was definitely a thing for not giving credit and all that kind of stuff, right? And for monetizing it, that's kind of the big deal, I think. Because it doesn't create, it just takes from other sources. But if you're just using that shit in your day-to-day and you're not doing anything, if you're a normal person who isn't like us, who makes a show and all that kind of stuff, right, and puts up art on the screen and all that kind of stuff with all of our Devils and Dice shit and everything, and we sell things, we don't have any art for Devils and Dice specifically yet, but you know what I mean. If we were to sell something that an AI generated for us for that campaign, it'd be oh, okay, well then I'd have a little bit of an issue, right? Because it's oh, but that's not necessarily ours.
I still wouldn't have an issue because I view it as, who are you stealing money from? Am I stealing money from a faceless, nameless program that is meant to serve? That's totally fine. Am I feeding an AI generator a bunch of art from someone who's content I like, and am I electing to feed 5,000 images into make something I like? Or am I just talking to the artist on X and saying, hey, I'd like to purchase a commission?
Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
No. we differ in both of these opinions.
Our generation's chosen method of communication will be... Oh god, no, I can't even say it, even as a bit.
It's fucking Twitter. I'll never not call it Twitter. Yeah, I just I don't feel that way, but it's fine if you do. I'm not gonna persecute you for that shit. I know some people who might from Twitter, right? But yeah, no, I just
didn't you hear Twitter went under, it's X now?
Sure, that's cool. I'm still gonna call it Twitter.
That means you're a boomer,
dude. Let me show you something that doesn't make me a boomer.
You're like my parents who still call it a Game Boy.
That's right. I just want you to see my fucking, I just want you to look at that. The thing that it does as a bookmark for X, quote unquote.
Hold on.
It says home/Twitter. That's the bookmark. If I click on it, it also, let me show you this. Let me show you this.
Please.
When I clicked on it, and then I opened it up, it says Twitter.
Okay, so I have answers for both of these.
Oh,
right?
good, yeah.
X has lost like half of its employees.
Really?
Soon after it's found.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like it actually has. Like Elon Musk fired like half of the people.
He fired.
Like,
I thought they let. Oh, well, that sucks.
Oh no, like it fired and or left.
Okay.
And
well,
or
those who
like,
left, I'm glad. Those who were
people,
fired, it feels bad.
People who lived like so I was listening to a podcast about it. People who live like 10 hours from a Twitter office are being told in order for you to maintain your job at Twitter, you need to make your way into the office like this often.
Jesus.
And it's enough to make it so that people who work from home, like, it's just not tenable. So, people are like, hey, Elon, you're telling people to sign in, but, like, a lot of your staff work from home. And then he said, oh, okay, so he amended the policy, and he said there will be a grace period. So, like, you still have to uproot your entire life and move. But you've got, like, a month to do it. I believe the amount of time he gave was, like, near a month. I could be wrong on that, so don't quote me.
That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's still the principle.
It's still fucking scuzzy as hell.
Okay. Anyway, I don't use it for the fucking podcast, really. That's it.
Anyway, I am going to go salt and pepper.
Oh, okay. Wait, one thing.
Oh.
What do you think of the idea of a video game version of real life D&D point for point? From Timothy.
I would need to. Okay, so the idea sounds very cool. However, I need you to flesh out your proposition more so.
It's just
in order for me. Like, is it like Baldur's Gate 3 essentially, but more D&D?
No, it is literally just D&D, but it's real life, but it's a video game. Like, it's you're playing D&D, but it's a video game.
Like, my character creator at the beginning of the game is like, pick Aasimar, barbarian, like that.
Yeah, and it's not like scripted. It's just freeform.
That sounds impossible to try to code because there is a million possibilities.
Yes.
That the dude, even human DMs
I think
can't
that's
keep up with human players.
I think that's implied that it's impossible. It's just, what do you think?
Yeah. I would love to see it. Baldur's Gate 3 has shown that it is an idea that has a lot of potential. It would be very cool.
Mm-hmm. All right, go make your
an impossible task, but very cool.
Right. Go make your food.
All right, I'm making my food.
AI won't draw a good Scotland though. Fair enough. Law just hasn't decided on AI art yet for copyright. Well, yeah, that's gonna be the be all end all, but we'll see how it goes. Because I know a lot of people that, at least from the stories and stuff, that got their shit just completely stolen, and it's like, ah, cool, that sucks. Normally a company would do all kinds of things, legal and possibly otherwise, to get the name recognition Twitter had. Yeah, true. AI art. Yeah, that's a weird area. Legally, as for using it, I will say it definitely has a lot of weaknesses to work out, like drawing hands or trying to specify one subject acting on another. Yes. It might be impossible, but I want it. I know. Just LARP, dude. I'm sure it's fun. The AI doesn't really understand things as objects per se, so it's hard to get one object to act on another. Yes, that is true. Doesn't understand what you're talking about. It just knows that it needs to do the thing. Like, yeah, it's like what I watched a Kyle Hill video on it, and it was like, oh yeah, an AI can draw you a box, but it doesn't know what a box is, right? It can play chess, but it doesn't understand what chess is, right? It's just, it knows how to do the moves and everything, but it doesn't know what it is. Yeah. Has no awareness. It just, it vomits out the information, right? Let me bring this back so that... Yeah, that one. I'm only on 0.3. I think we're only gonna do the one video, or this second video. Wait. I had a third prepared, but I think this is all we're gonna need. I wanted to do one that was like more supportive, but I don't think that I'm gonna be able to do that because I was gonna take a nap today before the podcast because I'm very sleepy and I had to go to work early because I was gonna pass out. I was so sleepy. And then you know, didn't. So really annoying, but let's see. It knows that X pixel tends to be the next to Y pixel when it's prompted with the word cat. Yes, exactly. Let's shoot for the PS10 for the real life D&D video game. No, so what you're looking for is the augmented reality or VR version of whatever it like D&D video game you're wanting here. Think what the fuck is it? I'm not gonna say the popular one. Log Horizon. The anime, Log Horizon. That's what you want, except not to get stuck. Right? Not VR though? No, what? So you don't want to experience it, you want to play it on a screen. Wouldn't experiencing it be like the ultimate thing? Or would it be more just you really just want to, like, are we talking about that you want to roll the dice and everything on the screen, or do you want to like swing your sword at things, right? Like you want to be the character, or do you want to like role play as the character but roll the dice and everything? Play it on the screen. Okay. A VR headset is a screen. It just has a different type of interaction. If I want to be technical and I want to be pedantic. While we're waiting for Aiden. True point. Thank you. No, we can keep going. It's fine. We'll inform him on what we're...
Software development isn't WotC's or Hasbro's wheelhouse. Generally speaking, it's hard to make good software, and you can't just throw money at it, even if we're talking about 100...
This being your point, complex software with mass appeal is extraordinarily difficult to create. And I point to Skyrim. Yeah, it's difficult, for sure. But is it extraordinarily difficult? I wouldn't say it's extraordinary in its difficulty. To be able to like do it well, potentially, you know. I want to be in the Matrix, but more fun. Fair enough.
$150 million. It requires good project management at all levels. So the question is, with the
I love that, again, it's so generic, right? It's just, I don't know, man. It's ridiculous. I mean, kind of like how they made Clue a video game. Oh, well then just use a VTT. Just use a virtual tabletop like this. This is what you're looking for then. Something like this, where you can just play something, roll the dice in the game, have the effects happen and all that. You know, because then it's just the scripting, quote unquote, the storyline and everything it can be not freeform, or it can be freeform or not. You know, like you can run it however you want. You just pop in whatever you need to at the time, right? But you want the game to do it itself or something instead of you needing somebody else to do it. I want a CPU to keep track of the stats. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean. You just want an AI DM. That's really it. Which is, sure, I mean, go for it.
Or more game development studios that the company has acquired, and the 5...
I'm sorry, what was that? Go back. We've recently written about a new games developer you've acquired, like Invoke Studios. Can you talk about where you see Wizards going in the video game development field? We've announced 6 different studios that are first party and owned. There's Archetype in Austin that's working on a sci-fi game that we're really excited about. It's a new IP. You've got Atomic Arcade in Raleigh, Durham that's working on a very mature G.I. Joe game, and then Invoke is working on a D&D game. The key piece, I'd tell you, is that we have been really fortunate to hire some amazing industry veterans who have a passion for the brands and games that they're building. There are also instances where we are licensing out IPs to people. Later this week, Larian Studios will announce the official launch date for Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, well, now Aiden's thing is completely valid because that's aware. We're super excited about that. Larian announced at the 2022 Game Awards ceremony that BG3 will be released in August 2023. We view it as that these games should be in service to a brand. They should be giving fans another way to experience that brand. We're delighted to have such phenomenal talent, both on our team and in our partners building it. Okay, so now we need to know Invoke Studios. This is the important bit. Invoke Studios. Because now he's saying that they might not be able to do the thing. Okay, what have they made? Right. Okay. They have a lot of Wizards of the Coast branding on here. I don't know why I'm not showing you guys. Hold on, sorry. So we've got some Wizards of the Coast branding. I know it's a little off the thing, but it's okay. Sorry. Right. Okay. Yeah, but what have you made? And if you haven't made anything before, then saying that you're not capable of making something like this, or at least they wouldn't be capable of something being made like a VTT. Okay, they don't have any games yet. Kind of harping on them on Wizards for not being able to make something when they've acquired something that hasn't even made anything yet, you know? Then yeah, we're in a, like, you gotta be. Invoke's first D&D game doesn't seem to have gotten good reviews. Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance 2021. Oh, was that them? Hold on. I thought people were a little bit more okay with that game. This one? a lot of blood and all that stuff. Oh, mixed. Ooh. 50% are positive. Sorry, you're not able to see that. 50% are positive with this. Yeesh. Okay. That's Took games. This isn't Invoke, this is Took.
I return.
Welcome back. I'm investigating.
Investigating what, may I ask?
Well, remember how he was saying, or at least I was telling you how he was saying that they weren't able to make good software.
Yes.
Oh, they changed their name.
Yes.
Ah, okay. We're trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out the new company's or their company, because this came right after, where he's talking about how they've acquired some stuff, and also it talks about Baldur's Gate 3 being given to Larian. And I was trying to find out if Invoke, the studio that they were talking about that was making a D&D game, had done anything before, and apparently they made and changed their name after Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance for 2021, the newer one, which has a 50% mixed reviews on Steam, which is incredible. So yeah, that one wasn't well received, at least, and I remember there being a few things about some bugs, but I don't remember, I thought people liked it enough, but apparently not. But it's also one of those things of, well, okay, they made one bad thing, maybe they could make something else. But again, who knows who's making the VTT? I don't know if that's public information, if it's in-house or not. Let's find out. Is the D&D VTT in-house dev or not? Let's find out. It's using Unreal Engine 5. Yes. Works surprisingly well. Oh, it has the licensed miniatures by WizKids. That makes sense. They're the ones that are under Wizards of the Coast. They make the official ones, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They have good minis. I like their minis. I don't know who is developing it specifically.
Well, didn't you say you weren't sure if that was public?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. I wasn't sure if it was public or not, so I don't know if it's even known. But regardless, I would think that they would have told us if it was Invoke or not. But regardless, let me drag this back. Let me read a couple of things, and I'll let you experience this in full. Right, The Matrix, but 3 Kingdoms. That sounds neat. Are you talking about a single player experience? Oh yeah. So Timothy says, I should have said AIDM at the start. Sorry for going around and around. Tell Aiden about the AIDM thing. It makes more sense that way. Yeah, that's kind of what he wants.
Yeah, no. If so, I was thinking, and I was going to mention in my point, and I forgot about it, and I'm glad you remembered it.
Yes.
An AIDM would be how to do that. And I think that would be an absolute blast. Like, sitting down, like, you, me, Brooke, and Boo, and all 4 of us all systematically try to break the AI.
Yeah, I think it would be more just, let's see what we can do to this thing, rather than, I want to play D&D with this thing,
Yeah, no, like, whenever I'm talking to, like, ChatGPT or whatever, like...
Yeah.
Even since back in the days of Cleverbot, my immediate thing was, how can I break this?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where if you want that for your actual D&D experience, go for it. More power to you, whatever. You don't want to keep track of a bunch of stuff For sure, go for it. But we're not there, and I don't know if we're gonna get there anytime soon. But regardless, it's a neat idea. Anyway, software isn't their wheelhouse. Don't you know? That means that this will flop.
Or Hasbro's wheelhouse. Generally speaking, it's hard to make good software, and you can't just throw money.
I'll be right back. I just remembered something.
Oh, wait, and then you go, and then you come back, and then you say you gotta go again, and I'm over here like, fuck, man, I just want to get through this video, you know? Jeez.
All right, our turn.
Hey,
something to keep in mind is that Hasbro is a small budget indie third party company.
Right. Yeah, no, it's something you got to keep track of. Diablo 2 maker. Oh yeah. You encountered 2 ogres. That's great, GPT. Oh, GPT. Oh, we got
GMPT.
Yeah, GMPT.
GMPT.
But let's talk about how I can get you to write viruses. Most of the game ideas I have are impossible. I also want a football game with all the college teams in the US, which is hundreds. That's not impossible. It's just something they would never do. Because they always want to go with what's popular, right? They don't want to include everything. Anyway.
At it, even if we're talking about $150 million. It requires good project management at all levels. So the question is, with the 6 or more game development studios that the company has acquired and the 5 video games that they just announced that they're canceling, who is at the steering wheel here? Is it Chris Cow, the VP at WotC, who has only worked on MMORPGs and has allegedly never played D&D? The details on leadership...
I'm sorry. Okay, now I need to read both of these things. Sorry. The guy who's calling the shots for D&D's future is the VP of Digital, Chris Cow, he's been the one behind masterminding the future of D&D in the digital age.
RPGs and has allegedly...
Chris Cow is from a gaming background. Almost every meeting with him includes him talking about this at some point. He doesn't play D&D because, according to him, he doesn't need to play it to understand what the community wants. Oh, Jesus Christ. He believes that his experience with MMO video games and mobile games is enough, and it's all the same anyway. Oh, God damn it.
Okay. So,
okay.
As always, I'm going to preach moderation here. This text here, like, it's all the same anyway. Seems unnecessarily uncharitable and shows the writer's bias.
Yeah. Unless it is a direct quote, but we don't have one.
Yes. But I think that the writer of this article would not miss an opportunity to put quotation marks if they could.
Yeah, potentially.
I
don't know where this is from. Yes, this is from D&D Shorts, but what is this article from, you know? I want to know that.
Yeah. Also, given that he is they said he was the VP of...
Yes.
What describe his role as the VP of what?
VP of Digital, what it says.
And has a...
Okay. So, I would actually argue that someone who is the VP of Digital, much how Ken is employed at Beach. Yeah, the VP of Digital does not need to oftentimes concern themselves with the day-to-day user interface and experience of a project. It can result in tone deafness, I give you that, which is why it is better for him to be from a gaming background where he does play D&D.
Right.
But I would argue that if you are from a gaming background, more than likely a lot of those games are fantasy. And also like, it will give you a good enough understanding of, like, community desires, especially if you are in tune with like the community's zeitgeist, you can still do a passable job in your role as VP of marketing. Now, if you were the VP of digital marketing,
well, it's just digital, so I don't know.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, yeah. VP of digital.
Whatever that is.
I don't fucking know. I just kind of assumed it was digital like marketing.
I don't know.
That's just my assumption.
Yeah, I need more context.
Yeah.
For sure.
So you only really need the people who only how to put this. You only need D&D experience from people responsible for the user interface and like quality of life sort of style. But if someone is a VP of digital, sure. If someone is a quote VP of digital unquote, then I believe that they are best spent setting their sights upon different projects, which I think this is less of a big deal than.
Well, so I guess what we don't know is how much influence he has over these projects, right? Like how much does he meddle with it, right? Because we all know of the corporation, the board will mandate things because they believe that that's what you need to have in your product, whatever it might be.
And because they believe that's what boards must do.
Right. What I'm saying is, but we don't know if that's what's happening here, right?
Yeah.
So again, we have a lot of assumptions that are going on at the moment. What I will say is that it's not. It doesn't bring me joy when I hear that somebody who's involved with a D&D project has never played D&D, who doesn't play D&D.
Of course it doesn't, nor should it.
No, it in fact does cast me in the direction of some doubt. But again, as you said, if he's not doing anything specifically to the project, then it should be okay because he's not the one who's making it, right? He's the one who's in charge technically, but.
If he's letting the devs who do have experience do their thing, and he's saying, hey, you know what? You guys are in charge of the user interface. I'm just the VP of digital.
Yes.
Then like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Like, it's not a feather in the cap of the project being good, but it's also not saying it'll be bad.
But either way, we don't know.
It does open up the door to... If he, like a lot of VPs, wants to step in and be like, this is my project and my artist's vision, then that would be problematic.
Exactly.
But
we have nothing to go on either side, right? We can assume either way, but really there's nothing either side until this comes out and we know how, but even then they won't tell us how much he's got a hand in it, right? They won't. Unless they fire him because it sucks, in which case we go, oh. Interesting.
No, what's the what did you mean by that?
what did you mean by that? Work simulator. Yes. Chris Cow is not as smart as Cow. Fair enough. Don't you guys have phones? Something like that said by a guy announcing Diablo Immortal. Yeah. Wait,
dude, I was watching that event live, and
did you?
When he said that, and when he said that, it was like someone poured a glass of ice water down my back, and I was like, "What is this?"
That's amazing. Wait, how can you say you don't need to play something to know what fans want? That makes no sense. Here comes the snark again. Yeah, well, so again, excuse me. I don't know if he means in the context of gaming itself, like an MMO or a mobile game, right? Because that seems to be his specialty more so. I don't know.
Yeah, and MMOs are typically fantasy.
Sure, but at the same time, that is itself its own thing, right? The VTT is not necessarily an MMO, so it doesn't really translate, unfortunately. But again, he's of digital, so I don't know what he's in charge of. Is he technically like it's more that he's yeah, right, exactly. It's more that he's an umbrella technically director of all of these projects that they're doing that are digital, I assume, because again, we've talked about it might not be that he fucking is doing anything, which is fine. Like, he's just there to be the head, of which he has to make the big decisions when they come up to him saying, hey man, we can't figure this one out, you gotta make a call. And he goes, shit man, I don't know, let's do this. That seems cool. Like, I don't know, that's a stretch as well. I don't fucking know.
I would also argue, I know I sensed in your tone earlier that you don't believe this, but I would argue that he does not necessarily have to roll a d20 in his palm to know what the community wants, because if he just, the community makes what they want pretty clear. And if you have the desire to, like, humble yourself and listen, you can do a pretty good job of giving the community what they want.
Yeah, I just wonder, because it's
I guess it's an if.
Yeah, and also I would say it's one thing to just listen to what people say without knowing the context, really, and being able to have that context as well as listen to them, you know? I think that would be the best of both worlds. But regardless, I think you're right that they make it pretty clear what they want. It's just sometimes, I don't know. Some of the stuff might not be gold.
Literally all that literally all that the VP of Digital has to do is say, hey, I'm seeing a lot of forum posts about wanting this quality of life feature. Do this. And then it's up for the devs to do it well.
Right, but well, so here's the thing. What if
regardless, it doesn't come down to Chris Cow in the end.
No, it's true. And also, like, but what if that thing that they're saying is, like, not something that's feasible? And he just says, go do this because that's what they want.
Oh, that's just an issue of the corporate hellscape of capitalism.
Ah! Okay, cool. Either way. Yeah,
That's just... The board requesting unfeasible things is something that...
Oh, I'm not saying the board. Well, yeah, I guess it would be the board in that case. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, we can all agree it shouldn't necessarily be this guy's fault. Like, again, no idea.
Yeah, no, like, it doesn't make me more confident in it, but it doesn't necessarily shake my confidence.
Sure. I mean, even if you know your stuff, it does not look good in the interview. Yeah, that's from an optics perspective. I don't know why they would ever let him say that.
Yeah, from an optics perspective, whoever chose him as the VP of Digital has got some answering.
I got a couple of questions, but regardless, all right. How much of the way will he get in exactly? I heard a guy in the games industry recently say that the business types tend to get to leadership positions because they know profit, and then they push cutthroat profit tactics onto game design, but we don't know yet what this guy will do. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. There's a lot of...
totally fair.
Yeah, there's things of like, oh, I know this guy because he's my friend, and there's things of he's part of the family, or, you know, there's a lot of factors that could be in play for sure, but again, we have no reason to assume any of that for this guy, right?
Yeah.
And I only bring up those points because I know of those points in the company that I work for, so. Anyway, Diablo my immortal. That's right. I'm just saying words now. Saying words is fun. That is true. Let's continue and let this person say words because they might be fun.
Allegedly never played D&D. The details on leadership are murky, but I'll say with confidence that if they didn't bring on an experienced framework of managers that can steer the software development cycle from beginning to end, we may literally not even see a launch of the VTT in 2024.
Yeah, no shit. If they didn't bring competent people that could do the project, we won't see it. Oh, fucking great job, dude. You cracked the riddle of the Sphinx, my god. I'm sorry, that was... But legitimately, he's just been saying fucking, like, very obvious things of, yeah, if this is the case, then this will happen. It's like, yeah, no shit, but you're just saying it will be the case. Like, you're not giving me anything, man.
Dude, if you consider the possibility that Hasbro may hire the devs responsible for Duke Nukem Forever, then it may result in this being mismanaged as hell
for 10 years.
Yeah. Ooh, congratulations. Are all YouTubers as smart as you?
Oh, this just in, grass is green. Hell yeah, brother, I never look outside. Oh my
How should I know? I fucking never touch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes me
I'm
sneeze.
chronically online, as some would say. Jesus Christ, dude. What a nothing point. What an absolutely fucking garbage nothing point. Very good. Let's continue.
The VTT may not launch. Oh, gee. Oh, fuck me.
I love it. It's great. That's point 3. Jesus, you're seeing what I have to deal with here.
Yeah.
If you look...
So, hold on.
Yeah.
I need you to... I'm going to send you 2 screenshots.
Okay.
And I want you to tell me how the two viewed next to each other. What's the term of when you take 2 opposite things and you place them next to each other? To form like
juxtaposition.
Thank you.
Yes.
Take a look at these 2 images and the juxtaposition that they form. Once my Discord actually decides to send you. There we go. Okay. So we have 7 reasons why 7 reasons why 1D&D's virtual tabletop will be a flop. Reasoning. This VTT may not launch in 2024. Already not showing it being a flop, just that good content can arrive in 2025.
Right.
But due to project mismanagement, like that, you are stacking ifs on ifs, and then placing that under a will. That is a dangerous game you are playing.
Fucking hate it,
friend. Man. That is a dangerous game.
Yeah,
Dave Thumivore.
Yeah. See why I'm snarky yet? No, you're right. It's just that before we hadn't been too far into the video.
I am also looking at the suggested videos that Watch Together freely decides to give to me. And it's the first one is 5 reasons why you should, I don't know, ST, and then it just goes to ellipses. But the thumbnail is D&D, quit 5e now.
Oh, I think we covered that.
Oh, this is this type of channel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've covered this person before. It's just this is a really bad one. I don't remember them being this bad. But regardless, give me a moment. I must go and use the washroom. Wow.
Okay, I will check on my pork chops. Hello, all you lovely people out there. How's everyone doing tonight?
Oh my goodness. You know, I misused
Oh,
the
hello.
term. Hello. I misused the term washroom because technically it is a bathroom. I guess you could still call it a washroom.
Do you not wash in the bath?
Yeah, you could still call it. I suppose, but washrooms are specifically usually just a toilet and a sink, right?
I don't know, dude. I don't own a house. Do you think I'm posh enough to be calling things washrooms?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just using your native vernacular from Canada, dick.
Brother, I don't know about you, but I drink from the sink, okay?
Hey, same, okay? Anyway, let's make out, alright? Anyway, so...
Okay, can we fucking get this podcast over?
I'm ready, let's go!
Let's do this. I've been waiting for this proposition for years.
Oh, goodness. Hi, Aiden Senpai, there you go.
Hello.
And
How you doing, Timothy?
It's a fun video as always. That's true, Steely. It is.
Look at WotC's track record on delivering software. The picture is a pretty ugly one. Magic the Gathering programs have been notoriously buggy and outdated, the earliest versions of which would sometimes wipe out your entire hard drive, and the best of...
That's true. Who developed that?
Yeah,
was that WotC, or was that fucking whoever they made do it, you know? Or was it a primary company?
In fairness, I'll actually defend Dave Thaumaturgy.
Sure.
If they have a track record of hiring out bad companies for the job, that does cast some aspersions on
I agree.
This project.
I agree. This one is for sure so bad. I don't know. I need more information about the other Magic the Gathering ones, though. You know, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. If this
again, I thought of this earlier, and I was like, no, I won't mention it because I have nothing. I don't play Magic the Gathering. I just heard that the programs were bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's again, it's one of those things where if this video is supposed to convince me, I need more than just this one thing, you know? Like, I get it. Yes, bad. Absolutely not a good thing to have that your game will wipe my entire hard drive. I remember this. It was pretty bad to hear. But like, yeah, I don't know. I need more examples, I guess. I need to know who developed this, right? I need to know if they were primary owned like Invoke is now, you know, because that was your point before of like they have 6 studios though. Invoke, and I think Invoke was the only, or no, there was 3 primary studios out of those 6, while the other ones were contracted, one of them being Larian. So I don't know. It is what it is. But then again, it was saying stuff about G.I. Joe for that one, and that's Hasbro, not Wizards of the Coast. So is it
Hey, really quick, I googled who's the dev for MTG Arena.
Yeah.
And according to Wikipedia, it's a free to play digital collectible card game developed and published by WotC.
Okay, there you go. That's very good for a point for him. So I'll concede that one. But if it's only for the Magic the Gathering games, then they gotta step it up, brother. Which they have by making other people do the work, I would say. What the fuck was I saying before?
I will also say, here is a Reddit post I was able to find. Quote, we're excited to see host MTG Arena executive producer Chris Cow and game director Jay Parker.
I see. Interesting. He was an executive producer on it before. That was before he was VP. I would assume.
does not spark joy.
No, it doesn't. See, these are things that you can use. Oh, God, I wish he had put this up. Maybe he will. These are things that he could use to really strengthen his point, for sure. I don't think that. Well, I feel like at least that you should include these in your videos, sir, because they are things that have been Googled very quickly and easily by my co-host here. So again, maybe you'll show them. Hopefully. Let's see.
Hold on. Is it with the because this is about MTG Arena. Does not mention Chris Cow. Okay.
Right. Oh, fuck. I was saying something before, and now I'm trying to remember it. Had to do with games. Nope. It's being actively eaten away by my dying brain cells. So never mind. Let's do this.
I will say, I feel like his point has some validity to it, but I don't like the fact that I have to make his argument for him.
Yes, that is absolutely not what you should be doing with the video that should be convincing me. But this point was is this point 4 yet? Did we get to point 4? No, this is still point 3, which is they are bad at software. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, hey, you know what? I can stack ifs on ifs.
Exactly.
This was posted by deleted user 4 years ago. What if the user actually just like absolutely fucked the dog on something, and MTG Arena was fine, and the reason why it wiped his hard drive was user error, and the poster was really embarrassed and deleted his account. Do you see how I can stack ifs on ifs too, and then file them under a will?
Yes, for sure. Oh, man, I can't believe the things that new host was saying while Alejo and Aiden were both away. Oh, you met him? Nice. He doesn't come out much. We don't give him the time. I'm doing awesome, says Timothy. Good to hear.
Oh, good to hear.
I just have a second-hand impression, but chatter I heard back in January didn't lead me to think that Chris Cow is a humble person. Oh, sure. I would, again, sources and such, right?
VPs typically aren't, especially if they're the VP of digital.
It's a high position, really, digital.
Yeah.
Still sport a dated interface. The VTT for 4th edition D&D failed before it ever even launched.
Yeah, but that's not it being a software thing.
Not only that, but also let's look at the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Let's look at the public demand for a VTT back during 4E versus right fucking now.
Yeah.
Today, September 19th, 2023.
Right. Exactly. Oh, that's right. You live in the past. I forgot. It's the 20th where I am. Oh my god.
Oh shit. How is the demand for a virtual tabletop for D&D tomorrow?
It's pretty much the same as it was yesterday. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little.
Can you also give me my forecast?
I can tell you it's going to be dark.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. Once it reaches that point. Yeah. But yeah, what a horrible point to bring up.
Oh shit, it's dark now. Your forecast is already coming true.
Holy shit. I'm a wizard. Awesome. But yeah, what a horrible point to bring up. The thing that doesn't exist, that was going to come into play but didn't. Okay. Like, the canceled stuff, the canceled games, is kind of a moot point because it's like, oh, we have no idea how those would have turned out, so we don't know if they were going to be good or bad. They were just canceled, right? That was a point before. Like, the one good point that he's had so far is the MTG point, which he hasn't even expanded on to be a good point. It's just a point.
Legends, the game that was meant to be the computer game cousin.
I need to see. Sword Coast Legends. What was going to be your release date?
Sword Coast Legends is a thing. Hold on.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
5.5 out of 10. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it was a. I remember this game.
Okay. Initial release 2015.
Yeah.
So he's showing the very dated, like fuzzy looking footage. Fuzzy looking footage with like poor assets.
Yeah.
For a 2015 game.
Yeah. They were inspired by a 5th edition rule set, which is not the rule set that they're going for either with 1D&D's VTT. So, yeah, no, interesting that. Wasn't there isn't Solasta?
Is that the?
Sorry.
Hold on. Is that the Skyrim font? The locations, quests, creatures.
No.
That looks like a Skyrim UI.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe it's just me.
It might just be. I don't think that looks like a Skyrim font. But isn't Solasta a D&D game that was? I'm pretty. Hold on, let me find this out.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, Chief. I've never heard of Solasta.
I know. Not many people have that don't play stuff like Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, Solasta Crown of the Magister. Unless I'm mistaken, I thought that this was... Yeah, it's based on the 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons released in 2021. What the fuck? This is like a great game. Like, this game is like really well liked. 93% fucking... What's it on Steam? Very positive from 15,000 reviews. Like...
Who is the developer?
Great question. Hold on. I just closed the page. Tactical Adventures.
Intriguing, okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this was another one that was given out to another studio in 2021. A more recent example that we can point to of it being a good decision and a well-made game. According to popular, a very positive review from a lot of people. Not as good as Divinity, but it does fill the itch, is literally one of the ones. So, that's pretty high praise, actually. But, like, yeah, Solasta was a thing that came out that we could point to as being a good release of software. Though, I guess it's not directly made by them. Even though, wasn't Sword Coast Legends not directly made by them? Did you see that?
Hold on.
This is look up his sources the episode, because fuck me. He doesn't have anything for him, really.
Okay, Sword Coast Legends what?
Who developed it?
Oh, I believe it was WotC.
Was it actually?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so that fits more for his thing. Okay, I see what he's doing then.
Yeah, that was why I mentioned that, like, WotC made it before.
Oh, sorry, I must have missed that you said that before. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
5th edition D&D at its launch was taken off the market in a matter of months because it was notoriously bad. Just a couple years ago, a PC game licensed by Hasbro called Dark Alliance was hailed as possibly...
Okay, but wait, now you're going into license. That's different. What? Okay, sure. I mean, if VPs hear me out, they would be making an AI DM and football games with hundreds of teams in them. No, they would just hear you out. Doesn't mean anything. My source is someone in a comment section on a video I can't remember. Fair enough. You're good. But so we're now venturing into games that are being developed by other people. So, and that's 2021. Oh god.
Alliance was hailed as possibly one of the worst D&D video games ever made. The best software that WotC has currently is its D&D Beyond website, which was bought.
Wait, we were talking about things that they made. And then you ventured off to something that they didn't make. Is it... You didn't even give the reason as it's now the current studio that's in charge of the thing. That was a thing that I learned from Steely. But he hasn't done this. He hasn't told me this yet. I hope he does. Hold on.
In its entirety from another company and not developed in-house at all. Well-wishers of the corporation note that CEO Cynthia Williams, along with several other key executives, are veterans of the video game industry, but this does not a successful online marketplace and 3D virtual tabletop make.
Well, yeah, no shit. Okay. I don't understand why he's equating executives necessarily with the game coming out well. Because yes, they have a hand in it, don't get me wrong, but it depends on how much of a hand they have. You know?
Management talent and experience needs to be found at all levels of a company in order for it to deliver complex software products on time and without fatal bugs and other problems.
No, what? Really? It needs to be focused and experienced. That doesn't mean that they need to be focused and experienced on the one fucking game. You know? Or the one fucking project. They need to be experienced and focused in their field, whatever that might be. Right? Am I insane? They're more for managing things in the sense of, I don't know what executives do, I'll be honest. I have no idea what they do a lot of the time. Aren't they more for, like, talking to other executives? I don't know. But I have no idea what they would do in this respect. VP of Digital and all that. No idea. True point, they would just hear me out? Yeah. Fantasy football with enchanted items and magic. So, the Warhammer one? The, Blood Bowl? Except, wait, do you get items? And do you get magic? You get fantasy races who do their own, like, particular power sets, though they're more represented in dice rolls, so. But not necessarily items, so. Yeah. Maybe not that. I don't know.
All levels of a company in order for it to deliver complex software products on time and without fatal bugs and other problems.
The fatal bugs and other problems are for, like, the developers to do. Yeah, the executive can push it out when it has a fatal bug and such. But isn't that on the developers and the QA to find and fix? You know? Yeah, I know crunch time is a bad thing, and we don't want that to happen for sure. And that can be something an executive puts in to make it so that, you know, they get these things out and all that kind of stuff, right? Are they the ones that sign off at the final? I assume it has to be them that sign off at the final step. Get these things out.
I return.
Welcome back. So I have a couple of things now that seem interesting to me. So remember when he was talking about all the games that were being made by WotC? Like Sword Coast Legends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now,
a game that was meant to be the computer game cousin of 5th edition D&D at its launch was taken off the market in a matter of months because it was notoriously bad. Just a couple years ago, a PC game licensed by Hasbro called Dark Alliance.
Licensed.
Dude.
Yeah, he just kind of goes on with this. He doesn't give us that Took it has changed their name to Invoke, because I don't think he knows that. I didn't know that until Steely told us before. But Invoke is literally in the article from before that it's making one of the D&D games. So it's just, so now we've opened up the door to licensed games, which I then go and point at Solasta, And I go, wait a minute, what about that one? What about that good game that's literally based off of D&D stuff? What do we do? Do we just ignore it? Is it just the bad outweighs the good, so that's what we're going with?
I would be really curious to see his opinion on like James Workshop. Would he go, oh, all of the 40K's games have been bad, which is true.
What?
Thus, well, except for like Dark Tide, but like
and orcs, the orc
oh,
one.
blood and teeth.
And
yeah.
Also, I would say
I forgot about that.
I would also say the orc plane one. That one's pretty good. And Space Marine is actually pretty decent, like the first one.
Yeah, and also Bolt Gun.
Yeah, and also Bolt Gun. So slowly roll for a sec. But it would be interesting to see what he would say for sure. How those pork chops going, bro?
I checked on them. They need another 5 or so minutes.
Nice.
Google told me cook them for 15 to 25 minutes. They've been in there for 27, and honestly, still could probably use another 5 minutes more.
There was also a now defunct fantasy soccer football game on tabletop, Guild Ball. It's too bad that one got dropped by the company. Never heard of it. I'll look into it. For soccer, there's.
But my point remaining, James Workshop is notorious for how easily they will give out their license to a project.
That is true.
And just because a lot of bad games can exist, like it doesn't necessarily mean that future games will be bad because you have like Bolt Gun versus Dark Tide, like games with a totally different feel to them.
Yeah, fucking
that were both licensed. Like licensed by means fucking nothing.
Exactly. So I'm perfectly all right with saying, yeah, their personally made stuff isn't great. Sure, for games. But this is a virtual tabletop. It doesn't really work the same as a video game. Like,
yeah, also that there's no storyboarding for a virtual tabletop.
It might have some elements to it in the sense of like the adventures and stuff that will be able to be done, but they're not worked on the same way as a video game story will be. You know, it'll show you like the things that are there, and either it will give you a text box that you can read, or the DM will read their text box that they have, you know? Or maybe there's voice acting. Who knows? That'd be insane. I don't know if they would do that. That would be insane.
I heavily doubt it.
Yeah, me too. I'm just saying, it's a possibility, sure. If we're just gonna say possibilities and then just call them fucking truths, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck me. Anyway, there was more to this that
was hailed as possibly one of the worst D&D video games ever made. The best software that WotC...
That's an IGN fucking review. Don't ever use IGN to make your point. They fucking... What? Are you kidding me? Come on. IGN is like one of the most notorious fucking like game review fucking journalist things ever. Don't use them. Use the actual, like, you put up the Steam user score. That's fine. That's good enough. People will believe that one. Yes, it was bad. I get it. But, like, please, you're making me immediately question some credibility when you use IGN and crop it out so that it's not actually seen as well. Like, it's crazy.
Oh no, I wasn't looking at the screen.
Yeah, that's why I immediately fucking, like, you can't. Don't do this.
Oh, that is...
Don't do this. Don't do this. Just don't use IGN as your kicker, okay? Amazing.
Games ever made. The best software that WotC has currently is its D&D Beyond website.
You know what? You know what that reminds me of is like in high school, the kid who thought that he was Hold on, I have an alarm going off. What? Oh, that's why. The kid who thought you could cite Wikipedia.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna go take care of my pork chops.
Yeah. For soccer, I guess there's Mario Strikers. That's true. Mario Super Sluggers for baseball. Yeah. There's a lot of shovelware with Games Workshop license. Yeah, but thankfully it's been at least better now. Thank fuck. Oh, there's also Blitzball in Final Fantasy X. True. I want to be a Blitzball when I grow up. I know that reference. IGN, oh boy, that totally makes you look better, he said in a sarcastic voice. Yeah. It's great. It's like how now that, like, if people actually use fucking Rotten Tomatoes for like movie stuff as well, when everybody knows that they're notoriously, like, they've been paid off and shit, like, that's a thing you can find out now, which it was obvious before when you saw some shit, but yeah, it's the same kind of energy. It's like, dude, IGN, it's not great. It's not a reputable source. Okay? It really isn't. Not anymore. I don't know if it ever was, but you know. Fucking hell. I gotta wait because I want to show Aiden this bit coming up. I am jazzed about Space Marine 2 coming out. Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, it's gonna be so great. I hope. Fuck. I really hope. I mean, they've been licensing out this good stuff for a while now. I'm just worried about the story, I guess, you know? Because Space Marine 2, it's been so long since Space Marine 1, and I hope they at least realize what they were going for in that, because it was very interesting, at least. Like the ending of that and everything. It was a really, really fun game. I played through that whole thing 7 hours, one sitting on hard mode. That was a fun time. Really fun time. Oh, goodness. It's just like, what do they mean by some of this stuff? Ooh, we've got some interesting stuff. Ooh, you know. Now it's going to be NIDS. Oh, so exciting. The other thing that I'm looking forward to is Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader is going to be super cool, I hope. Fucking hope. So that looks like it'll be fun to have, you know, your crew of weirdos. You know? Another one that's coming. I don't know of any other 40k games that I'm looking forward to at the moment. I think Bolt Gun's the only one that I haven't played yet that I own, that we're gonna do at some point. In other news, I had pita wraps for lunch. Ooh, nice. I'm going on keto. So I'm not eating carbs, or as little as possible at least. And I already really miss bread. Fuck, dude. Bread is so good. Ugh. I'm gonna be happy when I've lost weight enough that I can eat bread again. Because man, oh man, I do love me some bread. I can't have, like, my mom made a bunch of pumpkin bread not too long ago. She came over and gave me some of it, and I have it in my freezer. And brother, I could eat that shit so much. It's so good. I wish I had some banana bread. Oh, fuck, dude. And if I could have a burger with fucking buns on it, it would be really, really good. Though, I need to go and get some romaine lettuce and just use that as my bun, quote unquote. I couldn't get any romaine lettuce when I went out today. So they didn't have it. They just had like a mix. Anyway. What does Rogue Trader do? What does a Rogue Trader do? Just want a game where you fly through space and do trading. So Rogue Traders are the things in The
return.
Hey, welcome back. A rogue trader is somebody in the Imperium who's got the authorization to do trading with other races and stuff, and they pretty much have an immunity to like a lot of the stuff that isn't allowed in the Imperium, which is very interesting because they can have like crews of like aliens and stuff, as well as humans, so and space marines sometimes. Like it's weird, rogue traders and their freedom. But they're necessary for a lot of what they can get, so they're tolerated, but man, it's weird. Welcome back. Let's look at the best software, which is D&D Beyond, which he's about to say isn't even made by them. Wah!
Which was bought in its entirety from another company and not developed in-house at all. Well-wishers of the corporation note that CEO Cynthia Williams, along with several other key executives, are veterans of the video game industry, but this does not a successful online marketplace and 3D virtual tabletop make. Management talent and experience needs to be found at all levels. This does not a successful online marketplace and 3D virtual tabletop make. Management talent and experience needs to be found at all levels of a company in order for it to deliver complex software products on time and without fatal bugs and other problems.
Is that necessarily true?
No.
That's what I figured. That's kind of where I was at, of like, I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
It's a very simplistic view.
Yes.
And like a lot of simplistic views, it has a lot of truth to it, but
Yes.
it is not itself true.
Right, exactly. Okay.
All of those can be helpful variables.
Yes.
But is definitively not true.
And the other thing that I would obviously point out is you should say, instead of just this doesn't make it a successful thing on its own, right? Because he's just saying, oh, they come from these backgrounds, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the VTT is going to be successful. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, I suppose, sure. These executives are from backgrounds of video games and software as a service industries, but they aren't the only ones working on it. So, cool. It's just, you just got to be more clear with that, because, yeah, no shit, man. Come on. And I'd still probably say, yeah, no shit. Let's move on. It's a moot point. You don't need to say, just because the executives come from a background that is in the industry doesn't mean the thing will succeed. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, okay. The sun is going to come up tomorrow, I guess. I don't know.
Reason number 4, it would be like a video game, but you do all the work and have to buy maps and assets constantly. Oh, we have to buy the maps and... Oh, there's not going to be like any free stuff whatsoever? Oh, you know this, eh? Now, I will give him this.
Yeah.
I will give him this.
He has precognition. He knows how the video game will be rolled out. Right,
and it's not even a video game, it's a VTT. And I will give him this, that if it's tied to your D&D Beyond subscription, then yes, it will continue to drain you of money. Because the subscription, as low as it is for your basic level that I've seen, which is like $2 and some odd cents, and then the higher level being $5 almost, $4.58, I believe. Like, that will be a monthly drain in order to keep things saved on your D&D Beyond account. Now, however tied it is to that subscription, I don't know. But I can assume at least that, yeah, if in order to keep a lot of information that you don't want to have lost, maybe save like campaigns, like multiple campaigns and maps and characters and stuff, then yeah, you're gonna need to put in some money for that site for it to work. I think that's a safe assumption. But that's the only aspect that I can see it being super money draining, because if I'm buying the adventure to play the adventure in the thing that it's made for, then I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, right? Because even if I buy it as a book on its own, which they seem to be moving farther away from, well, I don't know if they're going to be moving farther away from physical releases, but with something being purely digital, maybe they'll have some physical stuff too. I assume they must, even if it's not as profitable. I don't know. It depends. We'll see how it goes in the next few years when the actual 1D&D and VTT come out. But if I go and buy the book itself, it would still be an investment of money draining so that I could play it out of the VTT. Or I could play it on a different VTT, to be fair. But regardless, I'm still losing money to buy the thing that I want to play, you know? Unless I sail the high seas for it, in which case, well, then nothing is, we can't do anything with that,? So I guess nothing to bring up there, really. But, like, yeah, it's going to make you pay for it. Okay.
In fairness to Dave Thaumaturge.
Yeah.
If most of the fan base is sailing the high seas in order to get content for the fan base,
sure,
that is typically pretty. It typically results in the game not getting as good a development or rushed development. Because why would the company sink money into a project that's not going to return money?
I agree, but I don't think... I mean, I just made the point of, like, it being a thing that you could do, potentially. But it's not something that everybody's going to do, for sure. Or a majority of people are going to do, for sure. Who are actually going to be using the VTT.
I don't know. I'm just... I want to play mediator, be truly in the middle.
Okay.
So I am choosing to defend him on this point.
Okay.
Granted.
What?
Granted.
Well, I'm just saying. Sorry. Go on.
Sorry. Let me actually state my point.
Sure.
It can be a laborious, money draining video game.
Okay.
If WotC wants to monetize buying every single aspect of it for like $1 here, $2 here.
Yes.
If they want to take the whole Fallout 76 route.
Right.
It can be, and your point, Dave Thaumaturge, can hold water, but trying to act like definitively, like, oh, it will be this, like...
Yes.
Seems very uncharitable.
Yes. And the pirating point was my point, really. Like, it's not even something... I don't know if he'll bring it up, but, like, it's not even something... To be fair, it's not even relevant to the conversation, really, because it's not going to necessarily impact it as much as it could, because the people, again, like I said, the people who will be using the VTT are not necessarily going to be pirating anything, because it doesn't do anything for them, like, it doesn't put the stuff in the VTT, right? So it would basically devalue the thing that they would want, and if that's what they want to do, nothing I can do about it, I guess. But don't sail the high seas for it, I guess, is the legal thing to say. Anyway, let's actually let him make his point.
When you're a hammer, everything is a nail. And when you're CEO Cynthia Williams or VP Chris Cow,
for you.
all game...
Huh?
Is the video playing for you?
Oh, was it not for you?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess refresh, and then we'll get back to it.
Yeah.
The only diet I have is a dairy-free
There we
because
go.
acid reflux. Fair enough. Apparently, Rogue Trader is a common and useful cover for Inquisitors wanting to investigate undercover, according to the book For the Emperor, the first in the Commissar Saphias Kane series. That makes sense. If the sun doesn't come up tomorrow...
What Kane?
Sorry. Caiaphas. Wow.
Caiaphas.
Yeah. Oh, Caiaphas? Is it?
Caiaphas.
Oh, okay. I don't know, man. I've never seen the name before.
You've never seen Caiaphas Kane mentioned before? You must have.
If I have, I've forgotten, but at the same time, I don't pay attention to how the names are, usually. I don't know.
Caiaphas Kane, he's like the dude who has the orc hand, then like all the orcs like him. Like, isn't he's the dude that died? And the orc was really sad.
I must have forgotten.
Okay.
I don't.
So he's known among orcs as being one of the few humies who knows how to fight.
Sure. Okay.
So orcs gave him a prosthetic hand.
Yeah.
And he is like he's one of the humans that shows up and like orcs get excited, and he died. And there was this one orc that like was like his biggest fanboy, and he got all sad.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I remember Boo talked about it a while ago.
I forget entirely. So I must have not retained it. Let's see. If the sun doesn't come up tomorrow, it will be dark all day. That's true. This
then Alejo's forecast will come really true.
That's true. And you know what? At that point, I think I'm just gonna enjoy it. This video is traumaturgy. Nice.
Ooh.
Nice. All right.
Reason number 4, it would be like a video game, but you do all the work and have to buy maps and assets constantly. When you're a hammer, everything is a nail. And when you're CEO Cynthia Williams or VP Chris Cal, all games are video games that can host a, quote, recurrent spending environment. But
is this something that they specifically have said? Because otherwise you're putting words in their mouth, and I don't know if that's true. I hope you give me a quote in your video, because otherwise I won't necessarily believe you off the bat.
In fairness, WotC does have a tendency to be money grubbing as shit. Yeah, but there is like the big whole debacle over one D&D.
I know. Yeah.
So
I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where, like, yeah.
That's to be fair to WotC, he is putting words in their mouth.
Yeah, exactly. They've made some bad business practices, and I don't approve of them, and I don't want to buy from them for sure. But like, I don't know if this is something that they necessarily believe from these specific people. And I don't know if they are the ones that are going to make this the thing, you know? Oh, yeah, okay. That might be Commissar Yarrick. Kane made it to retirement and taught in a school of Progenia while writing his memoirs. See, Yarrick I know. Okay. Yeah, Yarrick I know. Okay. If Yarrick's the one that you're talking about, I don't remember the orc thing, but yeah.
Oh no, because I know Caiaphas.
He made it to retirement and taught a school of Progenia while writing his memoirs, apparently. So there you go.
Yeah, I do know that a bunch of the Scholar Progenium like essentially uses inspiration. I don't know, dude. I haven't actually read the books. I've read like 30 pages into the Great Work, I think it's called, about fucking what's his name? Oh, he invented the Primaris Marines.
Oh, Belisarius Call.
Yes, Belisarius Call.
Yeah.
It was decent. It's on my bookshelf. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
I have other books I'm reading.
Yeah, I've listened to a couple. I listen to more of the smaller scale stuff because it's just more interesting. I did mention the Kane books once before a long while ago. Well, there you go. Then probably that.
And maybe. Probably that.
Anyway, recurrent spending environment.
The fact is, not all games are video games. Tabletop role-playing games are not video games. There are pros and cons to both, obviously. One of the advantages of video games is that you
don't explain to me what. Please don't go into this.
Brother, I don't know. Having how TTRPGs work mansplained to me is kind of the hard-hitting journalism that keeps me coming back to the podcast.
We're not talking about just a video. A virtual tabletop isn't just a video game. I feel like it's. Yes, it is a video game technically for sure, but it is its own experience to provide a different medium for a different thing, like a tabletop role playing game. Okay. No, it's fine. I'll let him go.
have to assemble the worlds you're in or corral and manage the assets in the environment. That work is done for you. You just run around and interact with the environment and with other players, and new spaces are presented to you in spontaneous fashion. But if you're a dungeon master using WotC's 3D tabletop, you're not just having to fiddle with every last bit in every last room, you're going to have to buy those little bits. It would be like nothing
you're assuming
so a
so
return
much.
to his previous point.
You've ever experienced before in tabletop role-playing. Instead of just saying to your players, yeah, there's a female chieftain goblin with elaborate headdress in this room, you will have to buy that special goblin beforehand.
You'll have to. In order to even say it, you'll have to, brother. You can't proxy in whatever's free or whatever the fuck, like that's what it is.
Also, I love the only $2.99. Like, okay, where are you getting this price point? Are you pulling it out of your ass?
Yeah, he's extrapolating from all the other things that he showed from. Oh fuck, I forgot what that game was called, but it was actually pretty fun. The one where you're the big monster and the 4 people try to kill you, but you like.
Oh,
evolve.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, that yeah.
Yeah.
No. I actually remember you playing that in college.
Yeah, it was super fun. And then it died like the day after, basically, that I played it.
Yeah.
It sucked because I was like, oh, this is actually pretty cool. And then
I remember going to your room and being like, hey, you should play Evolve, and you were like, servers are kind of dead.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, exactly. It fucking sucked. Anyway, but he had that, and he had his train game and the other stuff that's like, oh, this has money, so he's just going like, yeah, this will only be, because it's a tiny figure, it's only gonna be $3. Don't worry about it. I know.
Yeah. Stacking ifs and calling them wills.
Yes, sir.
Can that be a shirt?
Stacking ifs and calling them wills.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea, for sure.
If, as the dungeon master, you hustle hard enough and spend enough money, maybe your players will get to have a video game-like experience, but you'll be...
What do you have to say about people who buy miniatures and buy boards and like terrain and all this kind of like what goes through your mind?
Alejo.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Boo isn't here because I would like to tell him that when I play D&D, what goes through my mind is this is a new video game.
It's a video game that we are playing right
Yeah.
now. Yes.
And I'm really disappointed with Devils and Dice because we've been rolling dice.
No. It should just be a video game. Just do the things for us. Who shouldn't even need to run it? It should just tell us what to do and let us go through the thing. Crap, dude. So stupid. Fuck this. Come on, man.
Okay. Do we even have to talk about this?
No, I just no, we don't. I just
Be the sweaty little puppeteer behind the scenes trying to keep all the assets on queue.
Ew.
This user experience cannot be sustained by dungeon masters in the long run.
What?
Okay.
Have you seen other VTTs? Are you kidding me?
In fairness, maybe this user experience is unsustainable to you.
Yeah, in fairness, the one that you have presented to me that is incredibly horrible would be unsustainable, for sure. But, like, brother. The Kane books are good light reading and done well done in audio, rather humorous as well, which is nice in the setting. Nice. I want video games explained to me by a guy who uses IGN reviews as a source. Exactly. Exactly. Wow, this video is something else, alright? Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't expect this, I'll be honest. If you spread your mansplaining via video, are you manspreading? Yes.
Ugh.
How many fingers does that goblin have? I didn't even see. I think it was 4, maybe 5. I don't know. Also toes. I didn't see. I wasn't looking at the feet. $2.99. Oh hell no! Candy cane kobolds are way more than that. Boo should have had just made Devils and Dice with RPG Maker. I know it would have been better, obviously. Boo's brain would melt if he saw this. Yeah, that's true. Way more than 5. True.
And without DMs, people won't play D&D on this platform. Reason number 5, they
oh, it's unsustainable because the DM has to do.
God,
oh, Jesus Christ! I didn't see that until right now. It's unsustainable because the DM has to pay for all this shit. The players don't apparently at all. But don't worry about it. If you don't have DMs though for your D&D game, you're not going to be playing your D&D game. It's like, oh, dude, tell me, when I toast my bread, does it become toast? Because I need to know from you, sir. You.
Dude, I'll be real honest. I was not listening to you for the past 2 minutes. I'm not gonna ask you to repeat yourself.
No, I won't.
But like, I want you to realize how heavily it hit me that as his points have gone on, the font shifted from white to red. and then also the font is increasing every single time.
Yeah.
And also his points are getting more and more unhinged.
Yeah. This is only 5 of 7, man. All toasters toast toast. That is true. Oh, God.
won't get the complexity right. This is a really big one because it's just about impossible.
Oh,
you can't please everyone. If the app's interface is too easy to use without...
okay. So you can't please everyone. That's a fact. Wow. Could it just be that stuff that's released thus far hasn't been for you?
Yeah, and also...
that it's still a perfectly good product?
And also, apparently the complexity, the amount that they're going to do to integrate this into a D&D thing, to make a VTT, something that has been made, as he's showing many a time, Tailspire I own, it looks exactly the same as at least graphically, like what they're doing right now. It doesn't have the integration of like stats and all that. I don't know. I actually haven't done that part of it at all, if there is one. But regardless, So the thing that has been made a bunch of times just needs to have a couple of different things that are in there, that are in the rule book for D&D to be added in, like putting the miniature in and showing how far it can move and the amount of health it can have and all this kind of shit, right? That's too complex to do? Or are you saying that the complexity is the user experience of how they could do many a different thing? Because that's not what they're going for. They're making an environment that you can play the game in. And all you really need to do that is have some hexes and some dice and like 2 things to represent a player and not a player. You know? Like, that's it, man. You just copy and paste the player and not player thing, and you figure out which one is which, and that's it. Like, yeah, you can have all these fancy environments, and that's the fucking icing on the cake, alright? But, like, at the end of the day, you don't need that much. And it's not that complex from a design standpoint, at least. I don't think.
Hey,
to the degree of
Alejo,
it being impossible. Excuse me.
I would also invite you to consider an alternative.
Okay.
Have you heard of the game Dwarf Fortress?
No, never in my life. In 300 years. Yes, I love it. It's cool. Never played.
Okay, cool. That game is like playing an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes.
It's still a fantastic game.
Yes. It's just not for some people.
Not for me. Not
Apparently
for me.
The newer one is like easier to play and not as
I played a bit of the newer one.
Oh.
I've also played a fair amount of RimWorld.
Yeah. RimWorld's great.
Yeah. Those games are super great. Not for me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Something that I need Dave Thaumaturge to understand is how meaningless of a sentence is they X right. Like, dude, RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are games with plenty of complexity.
Yep.
And you know what? I would dare say that they got it right, but that doesn't mean it's for me.
Yeah. 100%.
And in his own point, he mentions stuff not being for him.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how he does not take it to how he does not take idea A and apply it to B.
No idea. No idea. I don't know if he has a problem with Tailspire. I don't know what, like, I don't know his relationship with other VTTs except for the one that he talked about that couldn't do the thing he asked because the developers said that it was impossible. Again, I have no idea more than that. That's the only thing he gave me. But, like, I don't know.
Brother, I make do with tabletop sim pretty successfully, might I add.
Yeah. Has all the elements.
Yeah. Having a way to, like, essentially a tailor-made D&D, like, virtual tabletop. Like, sure, you know what? Maybe it's not great. Maybe it's monetized to hell. But you know what? It'll still probably function even slightly better than tabletop sim.
Yeah, it'll be, as was put, more convenient for D&D specifically, for sure. Like, it'll have a bunch of features that are specific to the system. So, like, it'll run it much better than tabletop sim would because it doesn't have access to, like, internal monster data and all that kind of stuff that just you drag and drop it in, you know?
Yeah.
Like
7 reasons why Tabletop Simulator 2 D&D Boogaloo will be a flop.
Right. I haven't heard one that's been the only one that's and it wasn't even the main reason. The only one that I've even considered to be somewhat of an okay point was the talking about how they've made the MTG software and that being pretty bad. And even then, you brought up the better point that it could be added onto that one with, oh, the executive producer was the guy who is the VP now. And it's like, oh, that's like something. That's like a thing that I can latch onto and say, ooh, uh-oh. You know? Like,
there's a lot of tangential evidence here.
Yeah.
That points in a direction. And admittedly, tangential evidence all pointing in the same direction is usually it fills me with doubt.
Yeah. Circumstantial
However,
evidence isn't necessarily like good.
Yeah. And also saying will be a flop. Like I can't get over that.
Oh, you shouldn't. I haven't been able to. It's so, because again, every single point that he's making, he's saying this is how it is. Like, this is too complex for them. He knows this, apparently. He's seen all of their work individually, and he's seeing the process actively, apparently, at the time. And he knows that it's just not going to work out. Like, he's there. He knows it, apparently. And I'm like, okay, great. I don't believe you. Just straight up. I just don't. I have no reason to. Still. And you've given me 5.
You've not built enough goodwill with your audience in order, like, sometimes if you make a weaker point, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. But like, if the entire argument is weak points, it makes me go,
what am I supposed to do with it? Yeah. Need I remind you, he is saying all this with no hard info for anything. Yes, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. You're right. He's doing a genocide run. Nice.
And no, like, I guarantee you he would do the, you know what? I will stack ifs and call them wills. Okay. I guarantee you that if anyone were to call him out on this, he would say, well, this is all just speculation and this is all just my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, oh, dude.
Despite never once like saying, hey guys, this is just speculation on my part.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Because you're supposed to infer that with the words that he's saying that are definitive.
Yeah. He is able to get up on his soapbox and preach what his opinion as fact, and then do none of the work of making it clear, hey, this is my opinion.
And this but is then why go I think
like at the second that he receives any backlash, will do the coward bitch move of saying, hey guys, let's all have some moderation here. This is just my opinion.
Oh, fuck me. I just started looking at comments that were under his video. He has 777 of them, which, cool. Lucky number. Nice. But also, like, the first one is, like, the point about comparing the quality of books that Wizards of the Coast put out was damning, which I assume is a later one, because we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
Just, you've already got people, I agree, they're going to faceplant this one. I don't think they've actually internalized how much they've burned bridges with the TTRPG community in the past month. Now, that's a different point entirely.
That is a different point, but valid.
Yeah, that one I would go, yeah, that is a good citing of why this could fail, is that they've burned everybody so bad with their 1D&D and OGL changes that it could very well just make it fail. Though it seems like that
VTT could be fucked from go.
Yeah, and but it seems like that has kind of died down and nobody seems to care about that anymore, which is upsetting. Though I don't know, to be fair.
They're all doing the capitalist thing and getting excited for new content.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't think all of them, but like a lot of the it's I don't know why it's just I mean, we're still talking about D&D stuff just because it's like a part of the zeitgeist, as well as reminding everybody, hey, remember Wizards of the Coast? They did some bad shit that one time and before, and then Pinkertons. So you know,
Yeah.
I think it's just good to be aware of it continually, because it's some stuff. Anyway, Dwarf Fortress, you mean Slaves to Armok 2? That's right. Seth Zintach has a hilarious Dwarf Fortress review video. RimWorld also. I have never played them. Very funny videos nonetheless. Yes. Alejo, why is the video man hurting my head? It's okay. Hurting my head too. Is there a 7th comment under the 7th comment? Oh, probably, yeah. Anyway.
Enough options for a seasoned or imaginative dungeon master, people will leave the platform in droves. But if
okay, so if there's not enough options for people with imagination beyond what they have, by the way, their imagination can't be used to make the things that they have into the things that they're imagining. Can't do that. But regardless, if they don't have enough for those imaginative people, they're gonna just leave. It's gonna suck. It's like, to a degree, I can understand the point of, like, if they don't have a lot of assets, then, yeah, people are going to be like, well, what am I fucking paying for? Or whatever they're going to have to do with it, right? Yeah, that's a point, for sure. But, like, no, you're saying that the imagination is kind of the key here. Which I'm like, well, okay. But also, again, you're assuming, as you said, they will not put in enough complexity for these people. They will not put in enough assets for everybody. And
also, like, yeah, the same point can be made for any game.
Anything. Not even a game. Just anything. Might not have enough for many people, and they just won't engage with it, whatever it is. It's not, like you said, you can't please everyone. It's like, well, they're not trying to. They're just trying to make something that everyone can use. Right? They're trying to make something that a majority of people, however, whatever amount that needs to be for them to consider it successful. The majority of people are going to engage with it and go, oh, this is pretty good, and keep using it, you know? And make money.
There are too many options and buttons and panels and drop-down menus, again, people will be repelled in massive numbers. There is a solution to this. Apple was one of the pioneers in a hybrid solution with their mobile phone and tablet operating system, OS X, where on the surface it's easy enough for a 2-year-old to intuit, but just under the top layer, there's a ton of options and settings. But Apple makes it look easy.
What?
Most software companies can't pull this off because their developers and managers don't listen closely enough to their user experience engineers, if they have any at all in the first.
Are we still even talking about D&D?
No, he's talking about the simplicity of Apple and the complexity underneath. Which, I don't know, man. Sure, okay.
Yeah, no, I, like, my brain had, like, a...
Cut out. Oh, no, you super cut out.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. There you are.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my brain had, like, a little hiccup because I'm looking up Applin's new form, Diplin, in Pokemon.
Sure.
And when I came back, we were talking about apples, which is, by the way, a weird coincidence.
Yeah, very strange that, yeah.
But
so what he's saying, to give his point some more to steelman him a bit. He's saying that the VTT, if it's too simplistic, is going to make the people that want complexity to go away. And if it's too complex, it's going to make the people who want some more simplicity to go away. But, you know, they should take a page out of Apple's book, because Apple makes things that are very simple, at least for children to use. But under the surface, if you dig a bit, it's complex enough for anybody to be satisfied with. Right?
No.
No. That's his point so far.
Apple's whole design philosophy is protect the user from themselves.
Yes.
And as someone who is not an idiot, I don't like that, which is why I am hardcore on the Android train.
Yes, also the same. I had an iPod, or no. Yeah, I had an iPhone for a little bit, and then as I was using it, I was like, man, I just did not enjoy my experience with it. And then when I started getting Android stuff, I was like, oh, I can do things with this. That's nice.
It's to the point where I hate Apple such to the point where if I am like meeting someone new,
yeah,
and they pull out an iPhone, I think less of them.
You know what? I don't blame you.
It's very small.
Yeah.
But I do think less of them. However, I don't think more of someone if they're an Android user.
No, of course.
Like because I just don't give a shit.
Right.
But if I say, I don't know, I'm meeting some like 70-year-old dude with like kids the same age as me, fuck it.
Okay.
If he pulls out an iPhone, I go,
so
like my point being, like, aspiring to be Apple is a really bad thing to have for your point.
Yeah.
And also, I would argue that because you will have outliers on either end,
yes,
a point which you admit in your scenario,
yes,
that it's impossible to please everyone,
yes,
I would then argue, why try? And also, how is this will be a flop?
Well, because they can't do it. They can't make it complex enough. That's the flop, apparently.
But it will be too complex.
But I don't know what his logic is at that point. I don't. I can't steelman him when all I have are grains of sand and the sun to make glass instead of steel. Like I don't know what I'm doing here, you know? It's just
yeah, someone gave you a magnifying glass and stuck you out in the sandbox and said, when I come back, I want the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll die. I don't know. So for a moment, just the planned obsolescence that Apple has with and price gouging people out of things, like that's why I don't like them. And like having this example of Apple as your standard is very interesting when it comes to this thing that you've already talked about, how the prices would be, you know, something that is money draining and such, when you know, you have the people that will literally like throw out their old phone that's like a year or two old to get the new one and all that kind of shit, right? Like it's just interesting. Just, I know it's not technically a part of his point or anything. It's just interesting, right? But
you know, this isn't related to his point. This is just kind of my own thing.
Yeah.
But talking about planned obsolescence with Apple, I saw an ad the other day for, it was like some fucking phone company. I don't know. I aggressively don't pay attention to ads.
Unless they're fun.
Unless they're funny. But the ad was like, switch to our network and get a new phone. And then next year, you'll get a new phone. And next year, you'll get a new phone.
Oh, Christ.
And my immediate reaction wasn't, ooh, like, I can have the updated product. My reaction was, how fucking wasteful.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Christ.
Like, brother, look up fucking images of a lithium mine.
Hmm.
Yeah,
man.
that's just my own little
No, I got you.
non sequitur, like fucking tangent. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
so
yeah.
fucking gross.
I know. He's making the prior making a prior assumption that a priori, I just assume prior, excuse me, assumption that it won't be good enough for many groups. Yes. I predict that if Nintendo completely botches making Super Mario Brothers Wonder, it will flop. Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I thought we broke Aiden for a moment with the cutout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's why I heard VTT. Oh, here's what I heard. VTT will be bad because Apple makes phones with software. Don't worry, we'll get to more of that. I guess you'll just have to glassman him. That's true. I will be glassmaned. I too don't pay no attention to ads. Yeah. Again, I mostly watch them because one, streaming services with ads are free, and I like to watch some stuff on them sometimes. And two, I watch them to really just kind of make fun of them as they're doing their ad, or just complain at them of like, why should I care about this? Why? You know, it's fun.
I mean, like, in fairness, advertising is meant to, like, subliminally steer you in a certain direction.
Yeah.
And all the people who claim that they are immune to advertising are, in my opinion, incredibly short-sighted.
Yeah.
And I also am, like, a perpetrator of going, oh, advertising doesn't work on me, when it probably definitely 100%
most likely,
does
yeah.
to a small extent.
Yeah.
However, I put in active effort to, like, say there's a YouTube ad.
Sure.
I will legitimately, like, see, oh, skip ad in 5 seconds. I will mute the video and intentionally look away from the screen for 5 seconds.
Sure.
And then tap the screen blindly. The fuck being the product.
Sure. I just have YouTube Premium.
Yeah, no, I have ad block.
I mean, there's also that, but Premium is more for so I can download things and listen to them. Really.
Yeah, I wish I could download YouTube videos. I've been trying to do some shit. There's a tool that's available on GitHub that I've been trying to make work.
I mean, yeah, there's a few that I could get without doing that, but like it's just I don't know. I remember Brogan saying before, like, if you watch people that you actually enjoy and you're using Premium, it does give them more of a boost, which for their ads. And I was like, oh, that's nice. So I kind of take that to heart, at least. Because I watch a lot of YouTube, because I have a problem with not having something on in the background a lot of the time. Anyway.
By the way, Alejo, I am sharing this with you because I find it adorable.
Okay.
But for the new Applin evolution, Diplin, it's a candied apple.
That makes sense.
The Pokedex entry says that the head that you see belongs to the quote 4 worm. Like worm as in WYRM.
Yeah.
And the tail poking out of the back of the apple belongs to the core worm.
Mm-hmm.
And the two live in an apple together and work together, and I find that adorable.
That's nice.
I'm just trying to inject some levity because, good God, this video.
I do appreciate it.
Oh.
Don't worry, we have 2 more points. Are you excited? True, I do that too. Why are you showing me this? I want to watch my show, damn it. Yeah, that's fair. Pretty sure food ads work on me. Some food ads have for me, for sure. Now I have to not look at, or not be swayed by some of them, because since I'm on my diet, I can't bread.
Whenever I see ads for either Domino's or DoorDash, they renew my motivation to not order from them. Like, if I have ordered from Domino's, it's probably because I haven't seen a Domino's ad in some time. But the second I see an ad for, oh, so-and-so topping medium pizzas, I'm like, fuck you, Domino's. And then I go another month without ordering it.
Fair enough. I got rid of premium because they raised the price by $2 and I miss having it. But my pride won't let me sign back up for it. Also, Google Play on my phone broke itself. Ooh. That sucks. Yeah, they did raise the price for $2. Now it's $11.99, right? I don't mind. I'm fine with that, considering how much like shit that I watch there and how much I don't have to care about ads on my phone. Like, yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I can't get an ad blocker for the YouTube app on my phone. That's where I listen to like stuff for if I need something for bed or something, you know? Like, it's super useful. Anyway, enough shilling for the company that owns the site that we're streaming this to. Let's continue.
First place. This goes back to reason number 3 there with Hasbro not being a software company. If they acquired a really well-oiled and experienced development studio, lock, stock, and barrel...
Wait, why'd you show Dark Alliance the original? Oh, I guess you're talking about when they get a different company.
They might have a fighting chance at landing on a genius-level user interface that is at once intuitive, easy to learn, and rich with options just under the surface. But we're not talking about a cell phone interface here. A 3D virtual tabletop in some respects is much more complex. The user needs to be able to not only navigate a 6-axis virtual space, but view that space and shape that space with hundreds or thousands of assets in order to approximate an interactive fantasy-themed environment. This is not unheard of, it's been done many times, but in my experience, it has yet to be done in a way that would be massively appealing to a large number of people in terms of user-friendliness and intuitive design. They're probably...
Okay, so just because it's hard to do doesn't mean they can't do it. Just because they haven't made something that you consider to be a good product / they haven't made good products in general, but also have licensed out to good third parties and make good products that way. But regardless, that doesn't mean they can't. And just because a company is high up, I've said this before, does very, very well in making its stuff, and they're hired to do something, doesn't mean that it won't be shit. Like, brother, please. You've already basically made this point, just in other points. So,
not going to stick the landing on this, which means people won't use the software. Reason number 6.
Oh, okay, that was it. It's just there's very little chance that it will appeal broadly, so fuck it. Okay.
So it will be a flop.
Yeah, exactly. And also, what is this? Wizards of the Coast is cheap. Huh? Okay, let's go with this. Tell me why.
WotC is cheap. You have to ask yourself, why is it that when you buy a $40 book from Free League, that it shows up with a beautiful matte cover, high quality cover stock and pages, unique layout approach, is always stitch bound, and usually comes with ribbon bookmarks. But when you spend $40 on a WotC book, it's just this glue bound job with the same cover style and internal layout that they've been using for almost 10 years.
Okay.
It looks fine.
Okay.
It functions. Because it's something they've used for years doesn't mean they need to change it, because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. What the fuck are we talking about? Why are we doing this? Yeah, sorry, go on.
Now, Alejo, Would you tell me what is the purpose of a company, of any company?
Oh, to make money.
No.
Oh.
Common misconception.
Oh.
The purpose of a company is to accrue value.
Well,
Now,
okay, yes.
granted, the simplest way to accrue value is generally to make money. That is something that WotC has been very successful at thus far.
Years.
Because every single book that they release, except for fucking not Sword Coast Guide, but what was the add-on that fucking flopped?
Icewind Dale, I think, right?
Sure.
I don't. Frost Maiden. I don't remember something. One of those.
No, I could have sworn it was a bit of a tie-in with Magic the Gathering.
Oh, Strixhaven? No, before that.
Maybe. No.
Hold on.
I think was it Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide?
Well, that is for Faerun, so that's not. But that one also, like, that one's the one that people didn't buy that I have.
Okay, sure.
Either way.
Regardless, WotC has thus far, every time, with rare exception, time that they release a book, it makes money hand over fist. Which means that we as a consumer market need to consume more. This isn't WotC being cheap.
No.
This is WotC just saying, okay, this is the level of quality product that you guys are okay with. Sure.
Yes. It is purely based off of what we are willing to buy. That's why when we fucking didn't let them try to do their changes without a fucking fight, they changed it. Because they lost value.
Yeah, exactly. Like, one of the more wholesome ways to accrue value for your business is to build up goodwill with your community and your user base. That's, for instance, why to give an example that was specifically not profitable for the company, look at Deep Rock Galactic and all the modding support that it has now. The company didn't make a single cent from that. What they did do is they accrued a lot of goodwill, and which results in the user base that they do have going, hey, you should try out this game. They just added modding support for free, and you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. And then the new user goes, oh, golly! And then they buy a copy for themselves. Thus, the company has accrued value and also made a sale because of that goodwill. WotC has financial incentive to want to make us happy. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that the quality will be there either. I'm perfectly willing to admit that. Like, you actually, Dave Thaumaturge, you have me more on your point than the previous points you've made thus far. I just don't like your oversimplification of just saying a 3-word argument of WotC is cheap.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to go into it, but I don't know. I don't know. You know, for this point, I'm like, okay, sure, fuck it. I don't think it'll lead to that, and really that's as much as I need to say in order to counter it, because he also doesn't have anything to really stand on at this point, so at least in terms of what they'll do with the VTT, because that's not the same thing as them making the books, and also all the stuff that he's laid out before. Like, he hasn't convinced me that the people managing it are gonna absolutely fuck it and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. Anyway, the Domino's thing was funny as shit, Aiden. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, fuck Domino's.
Unrelated,
I love them.
Unrelated, I already missed writing about Timuna. Fair enough. Alright.
That's called cheapness. A company of this size has economies of scale on their side. They can produce superior products at a far cheaper per unit price than Free League or anyone else on the market, but they don't because they're cheap. And if they're cheap with the books, the core products of D&D,
I will say, actually, in fairness to his point, WotC's virtual tabletop will by default sell gangbusters because it's WotC. They don't need to make a good user interface experience. Now, will he make this point? No.
Probably not. But also,
But I do think this is a feather in the cap of, like, for Dave's argument, even if Dave lacks the argumentation skill to make it.
right. I don't know. I really, because I don't know how it's going to be monetized. Because if it's just a D&D Beyond subscription and you just do it that way, then I'm not sure. I don't know how many people are going to be doing that. Also, they've lost a bunch recently. And I hope that what they've done still remains in people's minds enough. I don't know, man. It's Wizards of the Coast just being able to sell shit because they're Wizards of the Coast. It's true still to a degree. But I don't know. I guess it's enough that it would potentially do it.
You can also see it from the perspective of competition is the healthiest thing for a free market.
I agree.
The more competition that exists, the better products tend to be.
Yes.
The amount of virtual tabletops out there that are like good is like pretty.
I don't know if that's. I don't know.
Admittedly, the only virtual tabletop that I have experience with is Tabletop Sim.
Exactly.
But like, I find that to be no, I suppose.
Yeah,
that,
I don't know about that.
I was gonna say I find that to be reflective of standard users. If they have tabletop experience, maybe they try Tabletop Sim.
Oh yeah,
But like, I will say, and admittedly, this is just story evidence, but like, I had someone in my campaign who was very interested in playing D&D and thought that D&D was like super fucking neat. He had no idea what Tabletop Sim even was.
Yeah, that's okay.
Like totally divorced from what from like virtual tabletops in general.
I think this
and as such would likely be a very likely mark for WotC.
Oh, 100%. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You wanted to say more?
Oh yeah, no. I was essentially just going to loop it back into saying, like, as such, it can be very understandable to see a person going, "Oh, well, this is the default choice, purchasing the WotC VTT," and then thinking that they have to, and that can contribute to the success of the VTT fiscally, even if not performance-wise.
Yeah, I mean, for people that, so this is the other thing though, that usually those people are in a group of people that they have like the group is going to be able to tell them about other things, right? Because
Yeah.
you, I assume, told your friend about Tabletop Sim.
Yeah, I had a spare key, so I gave it to him.
Right, exactly. So, like, if it is something that is, super good or super bad, the community will tell this new person because they don't know anything about it, right? Which is what happened with the Tabletop Sim for your friend. But with if this is good enough for a vast majority of people, then yeah, you're gonna have people like that who just have no idea, and then the people are gonna say, "Oh yeah, this is the way. Let's do this." And then they'll go, "Oh yeah, okay, let's do it." Right? But I think a lot of people, the general audience is gonna be people who use like Roll20, because that's the thing. That's free. It's online. It's got its own browser thing. Like, you don't need to do anything for that. You don't even need to make a purchase necessarily, right? You can, and it's a 2D thing, to be fair, so it'll be more razzle dazzle for those people that don't look into something like Tabletop Sim or Tailspire or any of these other VTTs. So they'll probably also be wowed potentially if they don't go for anything else, and if they don't care about Wizards of the Coast, other things, and if they don't, like, a lot of things have to go into play, and I'm not saying necessarily that that's impossible, that people are just gonna do it regardless of like what's been going on before. I think that I guess it's more that I hope that people are going to be more critical about this when it comes out and look to like how it is being received, rather than like, and by that I mean with substance, rather than just, "Oh, this is great," like without saying anything. I just hope that people will be more critical about it and actually use it if they think it's a good thing, and if it's worth their time and money, rather than, because if it's a subscription based thing, then I would immediately say, well, you can just pay for something once and never have to pay for it again, and then you're good. Like, you don't have to do a subscription all the time. But I don't know if that's gonna enter into somebody's mind necessarily, right? Because it's like, oh, this is the shiny new D&D thing for D&D specifically, right? So I don't know. I think I'm hoping that people, like I said, are gonna be looking at it more critically than I think they will, unfortunately.
Yeah, I find myself prone to agree.
Yeah. Anyway.
Then why wouldn't they cut corners with the virtual tabletop? Some of the corners they will cut with the software will only result in minor...
They will, yeah. Don't forget, they will.
...inconveniences or quirks, but...
Will! Large and small. Oh, yeah. Yeah! On.
A few of these shortcuts they take...
Does he, work on the development team?
No.
Because,
very confident.
How else?
Yeah.
Because these are baseless. These are baseless claims said with, the entirety of his chest.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so... I don't know how you can just say this stuff in good conscience. I don't get it. You know nothing about, for sure, you know nothing about what is going to happen. You have no idea for certain what's going to happen. You have your hunches, and I'm fine with you having your hunches. But man, you are spreading this like it is gospel, my dude. And I don't understand. How did you get your belief? I have no idea.
The video is
I mean, I do,
building the video is building up enough ill will
Yeah.
that, like, for example, I'm seeing the sentence cheapness and cheapness and software will catch up with them.
Right.
Now, I find myself, I pretty much agree with that. If they cheaped out on the software, yeah, you know what? That will come back to bite them in the ass. However, the delivery of this video thus far has been of a quality where I am now 11 minutes in and I am angry and I see cheapness and software will catch up to them and I go, oh, will it?
Yeah. I mean, that's...
Will. That's
yeah.
That's a strong word.
That's been like the whole fucking video. So it's like it's a appropriate response because it's just like, oh, you're the authority, I guess. Cool. How? Show me your credentials, dude. I don't get it. Not saying that I'm the authority. I'm just saying that I'm the viewer who now needs to like parse out why you're the authority. Why I should believe you. That Black Dragon figure is cool though. That's true.
Yeah, it was.
With what they've paid to create this thing, I think they'd need to squeeze a lot of money out of it to get the return on investment in a decent amount of time. Yeah. I don't know how. I have no idea how this is going to work. If it's just something that you can purchase, then I don't know what's going on. I don't know how D&D Beyond is going to tie into it if it's something that you can purchase. Well, I do see how it can tie into it. I'm just saying, like, it sucks that it's another, like, bit on top that you would have to pay monthly, right?
Yeah, no, like, I look at me, Dave Thaumaturge. I can stack ifs and call them wills, too. If WotC spends a lot of money on this, then they will have a board of directors who wants the venture to be profitable, which means that the board of directors will breathe down the necks of the VP of digital and the digital team and say, make a good product, and the VP of digital will.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that. I can make baseless claims too. What evidence do I have? I don't know. It just makes sense. Just trust me, brah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think D&D Beyond subscription will be the only way it's monetized. That's fair. It could be like WoW, where you buy the game and then you also get the subscription to play it.
That's what I'm figuring it'll be like.
Yeah, that's
you'll be able to buy the game and it'll be very simplistic.
Yeah.
And tabletop simulator-esque.
Yeah.
Which is kind of all I need it to be to begin with.
Yeah, I don't need it at that point.
But then they will also have adventure modules for sale or custom dice packs.
Yeah, and even so,
or this or that because they will want to make money. Isn't selling dice packs doesn't mean that the software is bad though, Dave.
No, of course. And like, but I will echo what Draco Kraken said long ago, and it was, but it leads to the question of why should I buy your thing over others, right? Because if that's the way that it works, and I can do all these things in the other one without having to pay further, I don't know, like why. I have Tabletop Sim. If I want to run something in Tabletop Sim, it just takes a little bit more effort, and I'm not opposed to putting in a little bit more effort if I want to play something that I want to have fun with, you know? So, Can I put this guy in the League of Doom? The League of D and Doom?
No.
No, he's not worthy.
No, he's not.
He's just making just shitty fucking points, and that's it. He's not insane.
Like, look at this, and then look at Garibay. Do you think that he deserves to be in the same league? Exactly. Do you think he's earned that place of honor?
Not yet. Not yet. He could. If he continues with this kind of stuff.
Hey, you know what? I'm holding out hope. I like to see the potential in people.
Yeah.
I have faith.
Will there be a TableTalk dice pack for the D&D VTT? God, no. I would never.
Dude, that'd
never
be super cool.
I would.
Nah, dude.
No, I'm not doing that.
That'd be.
Sorry, as the the one who does literally everything
Damn.
behind the scenes. Sorry.
I could. Alejo, you're literally killing me.
That's okay.
I could earn money for my leukemia treatments.
I know. That's all right. It'll come another way.
My life is in your hands, Alejo.
And I fucking play with it every day. All right, so.
Oh God, like, I'm going to have to rely on donations from a generous audience. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm speaking to you, the audience. I do not have leukemia.
Well, he has the power, but it will happen. Yeah, that's true. He might. It depends, because again, we've covered other videos of his, but I don't remember them being this bad. So, but to be fair, my memory is just failing me for some things. This has been proven. So I don't know.
Will have long-lasting consequences in the life cycle of the program. Reason number 7, WotC is not to be trusted. In early 2023, a leak of an updated open game.
That is a very bad faith argument. That it's literal premise.
Yeah.
Like,
what's interesting about that? You could have put instead, what I would have accepted would have been, WotC has a bad track record. Because they do. Recently. I guess you could put a bad recent track record would be better. Because you're referring to this already, right? And then later on, the Pinkertons. Like, you have some things that you can go for. And I agree that those are shit. And shitty. But that doesn't go towards design of the VTT necessarily. Unfortunately, I don't
know about you, but you may not know this, Alejo.
Oh yeah.
But Chris Cow, he's the guy who called the Pinkertons.
Oh my god! Wait, is he actually?
Just trust me.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. My moral indignation is rising. But no, legitimately, like, I agree with you that this was shitty, and we should always keep this in mind, because it is something that needs, it's something that they are willing to do, as well as the Pinkerton thing. Like, that's more damning, I think. So, like, keep their shit in mind, because, yeah, at some point they could redeem themselves for sure. It's almost like redemption is possible for anybody who fucks up if they really work for it. They haven't done so yet.
You could have rolled 2 of his reasons into just saying WotC has shown to prioritize their bottom line over user experience.
Yeah.
i.e. Pinkertons, i.e. OGL, i.e. selling like products of slapshod quality and bad books. I disagree with you on that one. I don't think they're bad. I just don't think they're great.
They're serviceable. That's all they need to be.
Yeah. That being said, though, actually, WotC clearly has 2 different art departments for Magic the Gathering versus Faerun. And good God, Faerun got the short end of the stick. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
That is true.
However, if you were to combine your 3 of your 7 reasons, you could make one really strong reason.
Yeah.
And I would be so much more likely to give credence to, and my time of day, to a video that says 3 reasons why one D&D's virtual tabletop will probably be a flop.
Oh, you've added a probably in there, though.
Yeah, that's fine. No.
Fine, what I'm saying is you've done something that he would not do.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah, go on, sorry.
it because if you say will probably be, that lets your audience know this is speculation, but I, as the uploader, have a reason for my leaning one way,
Yes.
and my 3 reasons why are meant to argue that you should have the same opinion as me. I think that video would be absolutely killer.
I think we shorten it a little bit just to make it a little bit more punchy and just say could be a flop. They could. Because that just lets you have that ambiguity, for sure. And it also means that there are reasons. And, like, yeah, it's just, man, come on.
Or 3 ways that one D&D virtual tabletop could be a flop.
And also, just put in VTT for your title. Hell no.
Yeah.
Alright, we all get it. Like, I get...
If we're in the know, we're in the know.
And also, like, even fucking WotC put it out as the VTT in their fucking video. Later on, to be fair, but, like, even they are like, yeah, if you know what the fuck this is, we don't need to explain it to you. And if you don't know what it is and you watch it, you'll get it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can see Garibay talking like this, to be honest. No, he would never besmirch the name of D&D or Wizards of the Coast. Never.
Yeah.
He could talk like this for something else, for sure, like Pathfinder. Fucking roast.
Oh, dude, he would rip into Paizo.
Yeah, he's already put... There are some videos that are in the queue for Garibay that are about Pathfinder, which is hilarious. This would be one of Garabay's more sane videos, true.
I will give who said you could see Garibay talking like
Timothy.
this? No, it was Lux. Oh wait, no. Yeah, no, it was Timothy, sorry. I just saw Lux's comment had the word Garibay, and I was only skimming for a Garibay. I'm sorry, Alejo. Jesus Christ. Fuck, what was I going to say? I could see Garibay using this sort of logic, though.
Yes. 100%. I agree with you. This is what I think because it is. And this is why it is because it is.
No. Garibay is the sort of person to say, this is what I think because of the way it is, and this is the way it is because of what I think.
Yes, there you go. It has to happen this way because it does. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
License, or OGL, signaled WotC was going to abandon 23 years worth of actual open game content creation, and among other things, make it just about impossible for companies other than them to make D&D content for virtual tabletops. After a huge collective outcry from the RPG community, they issued a retraction on many of the greediest provisions in the new OGL, but they lied about it, claiming that it was always their intent to float a draft to creators for their input, when in fact it wasn't a draft. They were
Yeah, that's a big lie.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
That is literal. That is corporate gaslighting.
Oh yeah. This is like
We're trying to get signed commitments from creators like Kickstarter on huge license fees and all kinds of prohibitively invasive provisions. They could have apologized.
Look at all this fucking like research and stuff that he's doing for this one point that I'm happy he's done. To be fair, I'm happy he's done it, but unfortunately, I think it's mostly because it was the most recent one. It's so easy to get all this information because it's all right there because everybody fucking was talking about it. But I wish that you had done this for like everything else, please. Just everything, like to such a degree.
Like I'm far more likely to like just let him talk and say his piece for this because he has resources that back him up.
Right, he's right about this thing, but again, his point isn't great still. Because again, he was like, can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. It's like, okay. All right.
Apologized and backtracked, but instead they committed to a bald-faced lie and added this cherry on top. And they couldn't stop lying. In a later mea culpa from executive Kyle Brink, they again referred to the leaked contract as a draft, even though it was being sent to creators for legally binding signatures. The litany of prevarications, misdirections, and outright lies actually goes on, but the topic has already been thoroughly covered in other channels. Here's the thing, no matter what their new game license looks like or what this company wants to do, how can third-party content creators ever trust them again?
Okay, so that's a good point, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, it is something that has sullied the trust of many a people. Although,
yeah.
I don't know how
Why would I bother making content for a company's virtual tabletop when I don't like the company? Totally valid point.
That is for that point, for sure.
And if they can't trust the company, then why would they make content for this virtual tabletop? What is a virtual tabletop without third-party content creators? It's a recipe for desolation is what it is.
I don't know about that one.
I get, like a lot of his video, he's saying things that have hints of truth, but I sense a lot of hyperbole.
Yeah.
Taken as a given.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't even been considering third-party content this whole time with the VTT.
Oh, I definitely have.
But regardless, I don't think it's necessary.
No, Alejo, you totally have been considering third-party content because you literally mentioned a third party essentially releasing the paid DLC for free.
Oh, the marketplace thing?
Yeah.
I suppose so. I guess I didn't even consider that because it was and also I guess I shouldn't be considering that because of it being a later thing that was confirmed. Well, at least in the sense of the marketplace being confirmed. And we don't even know what that's going to look like, to be fair. But yeah, community-driven stuff in the sense of like end users then remixing everything and all that. I suppose that is third-party content. So you're right. You're absolutely right. My brain didn't think. I guess what I will say then is I'm not thinking of third parties like companies, third-party companies.
Without a constant influx of content and instead almost total reliance on official first-party releases of 3D assets, the whole platform will die on the vine. 3D assets are expensive and time-consuming to make, and really the only way to feed the kind of growth that a corporate entity, and by extension eternally hungry shareholders, demands is to crowdsource new assets. With the game license that they're developing, that crowdsourcing will be throttled to a trickle at best, and the selection of 3D...
Well, so yeah, if that's the one that they were going to continue to use, but the one that they might be putting out, like, for, like, 1 D&D, might be something that actually brings people in. You don't know what they're going to be putting out, necessarily, so let's not automatically assume that the one that they're... like, that the one that they have proposed is the one that they're going to continue to try to go for. Because it isn't.
Assets will become stale very quickly.
It's just one of those things where it's just the wording that he's using is just making it so that it doesn't, I don't know, doesn't feel right.
And that's just the content creators who can't trust whatever creator's license they come up with. There's also the broken trust with the RPG player community at large.
Yeah.
Yes, there will always be people flocking to brand name D&D for all the obvious reasons, but WotC's mask slipped in early 2023, and a whole lot of people saw the company for what it really was. You could feel the waves of revelations happening as tens or maybe even hundreds of thousands of people all at once realized that this company is incredibly dishonest and holds the RPG community in the lowest regard. those
Brother.
hordes of people will not be subscribing to the corporation's virtual tabletop when it launches, or ever thereafter. So here's the thing.
Okay, you know what? I was going to try to let it go, but I can't.
Yeah.
If anyone out there on the audience was legitimately surprised at one D&D being awful scum shits, that's what capitalism does to companies. Every single company, I don't care if it's your favorite company, the CEO will personally hold your head between the beneath the waves until they stop seeing bubbles, if it meant that their bottom line goes up 5 cents.
Now, is that not late stage capitalism, or?
I believe so. I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, because regular capitalism is not necessarily.
Moral of the story: companies aren't people. Don't have any sort of goodwill for them. Quite literally, I mourn the fact that telling companies silence brand stopped being in vogue.
Yeah, that's true. I see it on occasion, and it makes me happy when I see it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Your point still stands, unless it's like a person who is literally the company, in the sense of like they are the ones who started it, and they're the only ones that like do the thing and all that stuff. Even if it's
if it's a fucking Etsy shop,
right? Even if it's a small group of people, like it just depends on. Size is unfortunately a factor, because like the more people that you have employed, the more money you do have to make in order to make sure all those people are paid and all that kind of stuff, and you continue putting out the products and all that stuff. And expansion is a natural thing that will happen in your business because you want to continue to put that product out, but it's really just what you do, really. I don't know.
Alejo, would you like to tell me what that second symbol is?
No.
Okay. But yeah, no, this is why I am a fan of being like, oh yes, my personal friend, Mr. Costco himself.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I looked into the blue eyes of Henry James Walmart.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just
because they're not fucking people.
Like with everything, it's just a cautionary tale. You have to be able to think about these things and make these decisions knowing at least as much as you can about, whatever situation it is. And the same can be said for just like trusting a company. Like, yeah, you can trust any company you want, just it has to be predicated on, the company not being a scum shit, at least openly, even if hopefully not fucking secretively either, but you can at least, like, with all the information that you can gather, make a proper decision and go, yeah, I can support this. This is fine. Let's see. This would be what is objectively true in Garabay's humble opinion. True. Well, not this, but whatever he's talking about. Yeah, there you go. My window spider hasn't moved in a while. I'm getting worried. Try to catch a fly for him. See if he put it in his web. See if he's okay. And true point, Aiden. Yes, he's right. I'm not saying he's not.
Who mentioned the window? Okay, Lux.
Yeah.
Man, dude, fucking window spiders out here. People are saying, I hope they're okay to the window spider. No one ever says that to me.
Yeah,
dude, I was laughing. I was laughing so hard today because one of my coworkers overheard someone asking, I will call what's a random male name? Gabriel. Gerb. So literally, like, our boss was like, "Oh, did like Gerb do this?" And Gerb has his desk relatively near to me.
Right.
And he goes, it like, like just loud enough to be heard. He went, "It's always what did Gerb do? It's never how is Gerb."
That's great. So good. Fuck. Killer Wasp's trying to come in my window and I'll ask if you're okay. Fair enough. There you go.
You know, yeah, fair.
Yeah. Gotta do something for somebody to give a shit.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping it was just the joy that you get from watching tabletop like discussion and discourse.
No. Nobody gets joy
from
from this. Calm down.
Nah, I'll just.
What, you think you contribute to their happiness? God.
I'll just wait for the leukemia to take me now. It's probably better this way.
Right. This video is almost over. We've been going for like 5 hours, dude.
Something in Minecraft.
Oh god, it's almost over. Okay, let's go.
It will be costly for WotC to operate this virtual tabletop, but they might actually see signs of a return on investment at launch. Over the course of a few months, though, the bugs, the quirks, the shortcomings, and the general awkwardness
that will be there.
Yeah, I was gonna say the immediate fucking. Sorry, I just saw Lux say, "I'm just here to watch the leukemia play out." Nice. Good one. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, so this is all this is all predetermined that these bugs and everything are going to exist for sure. Awesome. Let's continue. Yes.
An ended story game in a close-ended video game style pay-to-play walled garden is going to drive user numbers down to the point that they will be losing money on.
Oh, don't reference that video. We covered that video. It's fucking garbage. He also had no idea. And he just said things. No. He's on the D&D Council of Doom, I think.
The only members of the RPG Council of Doom, to my knowledge, are XP to level 3, Garibay, and RPG Pundit.
Was XP?
Oh, actually, no, it's not XP to level 3. It's fucking Dungeon Dudes.
Yeah, no, was it? Hold on.
No, not Dungeon. No, what's his name?
Hold on, I'll find it.
Professor Dungeon Master.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's, yes, you're right about that.
My apologies, XP to level 3 and Dungeon Dudes.
I was gonna say, they are nowhere near as bad.
And honestly, I think it's kind of like a Hag's Coven. I think it's best if there's only ever 3.
What? No, we have 4 at least right now. It's Garibay.
Oh God, do we have 4?
Yeah, it's Garibay. It's Cody. It's Professor Dungeon Master, and it's
Cody's not that bad. What? A little reactionary at times, but like, I don't know. I have noticed most of his videos are not interesting, but not actively bad.
I don't know, man.
He's like Tulok in that, like, definitely not a creator I'm a fan of, but like it's just kind of annoying.
Well, at this point, yeah, because we don't talk about him or cover him at all, for sure. But like,
yeah. So then, does he even still deserve to be a member on the council?
The reason why we don't is because he made one of the worst takes of all time. That literally like made everyone talk about it, which was the Pathfinder one. And like that was kind of the thing. And then he stopped being relevant.
And then he also had that thing with Ginny D.
Yes, that's also true. He's that sneaky one that you don't think about, man. He's just in the shadows. He's on the council, but he's not like in every episode, you know.
Yeah,
he's just kind of there.
He's the dark horse.
Yeah. And then the last one is Lindy Beige Sweater Man, if you remember Sweater Man.
I don't.
I think it was. Fuck. It was. Was it Fuck. Hold on. I remember the name. I just need to find the channel so I remember what it was that he was talking about. Lindy. Wait, but Lindy. Wait. I don't know how to spell this. I didn't look. There it is. Oh, he was the one who did the 4 parts of why D&D sucks. Going throughout.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, yes, that's right.
Yeah, no, he's a member of the council.
That's right. Anyway, 5 hours. Woo. Yeah. Guy when he's grumpy. So yeah, I think Mr. Hyde guy for sure. But usually when he's Dr. Jekyll, he's alright. Sometimes. He's got his moods that he just puts him on the council, you know?
He's definitely spicy, but I would not say deserving.
For some of the hate shit that he's done though.
You are allowed to sit on the council, but we do not grant you the title of shitter.
Yeah, I think he would be like just associated, like not you know, like you said, not sitting on it, but he's definitely like he comes in every now and then to get some help, you know?
Yeah, he's affiliated.
Yeah. I feel like Olive Man was on it. I don't remember if Olive Man. We only covered him the one time because he lied. And to be fair, it was pretty bad. He fucking just lied all about what Coville was saying that one time. It's great. Really fun. So 6 or 7 members overall. Well, we have 4 on that picture, unless there was a more recent one that I don't remember. But Draco Kraken can obviously make another, version, an updated version if the need arises. So anyway, we're almost done. Oh my god, please.
The platform's operation. And at or around this point, they will bow to shareholder demands and shutter the whole thing. And the 6E VTT will just be another shameful blip in RPG history. But hey, I could be wrong. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
We finally see a hint of, hey guys, this is speculation.
This is actually my opinion, so it's fine. Okay, sure. I mean, better late than never, but at the same time, you've made so many claims that have been definitive that it's like way too late, I think.
And whether or not you think this 3D VTT will succeed in the long run, and what it could mean for the hobby at large. Thanks for watching. See ya.
Okay, so so I don't care what it means for the hobby at large, really, because I think it'll just be another virtual tabletop. Like, yeah, it'll be great for D&D itself, but I don't know if it's going to super affect the hobby at large. I don't know. It really depends on how well it does. Now, do I think it'll do well? I think it'll be successful. That's it. I don't know if it'll do well enough to be an influence, you know?
I think, as with a lot of products, it will be consigned to the middle ground that a lot of projects find themselves in, which is it's decent enough for people in the know, but nothing groundbreaking.
Yeah.
It will be neither great nor bad.
Yeah. That's why I think it'll be successful.
I don't think a What Happened episode will be released about it.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I understand that.
I also don't think it will sell mega gangbusters and usher in a Garibay-esque world where everyone plays D&D.
I think that the only
Like,
thing that we might see is more VTTs, just in general.
Yeah. I think it will be a middle of the road attempt at a VTT.
Yeah.
And I think that will awaken public interest in, oh wow, this is a very easy cash grab.
Yeah.
And other companies will make VTTs, and I think then that will promote a good VTT being made.
Yeah, either that or they might say, "Oh, you guys didn't do it well enough. Let's do it." Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Are you fucking still talking?
Yeah, we're gonna be done in like 10 minutes or less.
Well,
this is actually this is actually perfect.
Okay.
Because I still need to pack my lunch for tomorrow and make dishes. Sorry, I still need to make lunch for tomorrow and wash dishes.
Yeah.
And it's like 11:30, and I was supposed to be in bed at 9:30.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go do that. Boo, you swap in for me.
Okay, you got it.
We are angry about the video.
Okay. I believe it.
Yeah, it was bad.
So what's good?
Oh, I like how he's like, "Oh, I need to make sure somebody else is here," even though I was doing this solo for like an hour.
Damn, was he?
Well, I was for sure.
Oh,
but like,
oh my god.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't mind.
So it was bad.
Yeah, video is bad.
So I'm gonna need the full context. Let's run the whole thing back. Play it again.
Right. I'll make sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's basically just a video about. Excuse me. This was 2 months before the the VTT Direct or D&D Direct came out, of like the trailer ad for the VTT. And basically it's just huge speculation, but saying things very definitively until the very end, where he said, "But I could be wrong."
Oh my fucking god.
And yeah, just assuming the worst about every single aspect of this VTT, basically without barely any reason
Fair enough.
that could be backed up, at least. The one thing that he was talking about was that we could just say, "Oh yeah, that's at least a reason," is the OGL incident.
Oh yeah.
Which is fair enough. Makes you a little untrustworthy.
What is that now?
But yeah, so basically I was just gonna basically just sign off, because I'm just gonna thank people and then be done, because I'm very tired still, and I need to go to work tomorrow, and I need to be able to have slept for that.
Yep.
Instead of not having slept like twice, basically.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, couple other things. Let's see.
Oh, it's an expansion. Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah, I could be wrong. It's about time. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I was sure he would say I could be wrong at the end, but he sure did take his time. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm not sure the VTT will end up being worth what Wizards of the Coast is paying to make it. I don't know, man. Maybe not.
Well, no, it probably will be because of microtransactions.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It really just depends on how they monetize it. That's really it,
Yeah.
We have no idea how it's going to go.
And they will, we just don't know how.
Yeah, exactly. Boo Senpai, hi.
Hello.
Boo, your dad fucked with the stream before. That's right.
I bet.
Yeah, I just...
Wait, my dad or his...
Apparently.
Or
yeah.
the stream dad, which is Alejo.
King Boo.
Oh, okay.
No,
it's you. You're the stream dad.
No.
You are the stream's entire dad.
No. God, that's so much responsibility, and also checks that I have to pay. And I'm not doing that.
Well, I mean, hey, you do get to go out for milk and cigarettes.
That's true. Wait a minute.
It's true.
But I'm not your dad, so shut up. Anyway, yeah, I found a setting that has kind of fixed my bandwidth issue for some reason, though it's not a perfect fix. It's still doing the thing, which is annoying. I still don't know what the fuck is going on. Could end up like Warcraft movie, which made a historical. Oh hi.
Well, his lunch is packed.
Yeah.
Boo. By the way, new merch idea. T-shirt. Stacking ifs and calling them wills.
Yes.
Oh.
Because
this was something that I've noticed in a lot of videos. They just say if this, but then in the scenario that I've put forth as an if then this.
Yes,
oh
it
yeah.
will. Yeah.
You were stacking this. Stacking ifs and calling them wills is something that the video super did. Also, I need to go by.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Bye now.
Actually, wait. No. Okay.
Oh, he's gone.
I should. Oh well.
Could end up like Warcraft movie, excuse me, which made a historical amount of money for a video game movie when it was released, but didn't break even because of what was spent on it. Yeah, that could be the case. Sure. I don't know. It's just I don't really think about the VTT too much. In fact, I didn't think about it at all until I saw that video, and then I saw it was 5 months old, and I was like, oh, because of the announcement, and then like no one's talked about it for probably good reason. It's just a thing that exists, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. No comments tonight, folks. I'm tired.
Yeah,
and
it's 2:30.
Yeah, it is 2:30 in the morning, and like I said, didn't get to do my nap that I wanted to do because I'm an old man and I need
had to
sleep.
do too.
Yeah. So, okay. That being said, hey, you out there, you've probably heard this before, but let me go through it. We have a Patreon and a Ko-fi if you want to go support us and become a table flipper that way. You can for as little as $1 a month. Pretty cool. Thank you to our current table flippers. That being, in Tier 4, Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, and Steely. Big thanks to all of you. As well as a thank you to Neon Armuk, aka Lux, in Tier 2. And a thank you to our Tier 1 contributor. Link in the description if you want to join it. Hey, easy. Also, go over to our website and you can, first off, it's a little updated, so now current stuff is on the homepage, which is nice, as well as you can go over to the support us, find all the links, and also go to get a custom dice set if you want. Go for it. Wow. And then if you want to support us as well, you can go get our current logo, or at least not our current logo, but the logo that we usually use on whatever on TeePublic. Go for it. And last but not least, of course, you can go over to Humble Bundle using our link in the description, and anything you buy through it will support us as well as Tabletop Alliance, who is also linked in the description, so you can find out more about their charity work. I think there was something that I wanted to. There's Shadowrun like books, like fiction books that are on there.
Novels.
That's neat. Go read them if you want. Other than that, I think there's like a free or a royalty free bundle of music that's seemed neat. I might look into that more. Should I continue adding to the lore book? Command me, master. Do more if you want. All right, I'm not your dad. Okay, I can't command. I will do more lore. That's okay, Timothy. Do whatever you would like. All right, whatever makes your heart soar. How about that? And I think that's all the things. Yeah, that's all the things.
Yep.
Thank you again for comments. Again, we'll read them next week, more than likely, because I'm not going to let them pile up again. I promise.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to attempt to not let them pile up again because sleeping. So we'll see how it goes. But regardless, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. And hopefully we'll see you the next week for yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Get out of here.
I was indeed here.